so we know who was here. Thank you, sorry about that.
Okay, Jan, are we good? Yeah, we're good?
Yep.
All right. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. This meeting is a hybrid meeting, which means that some or all of the public body is meeting remotely, and some are meeting physically in a previously noticed location where the public may attend to observe, listen, and participate contemporaneously. One member of this public body or other staff is present at the location to ensure the public can participate if desired. Please note that while we strive to provide means for those attending remotely to participate in the public comment period, there may be technical difficulties or reasons that otherwise prevent or interrupt remote public participation. Therefore, it is important to note that the open meeting law only ensures the public's right to participate and comment at a public meeting by attending at the designated physical location as posted in the notice and agenda. If a member of the public or if the public body has technical difficulties accessing this meeting remotely, please alert us by email at selectboard@hartford-vt.org. In the event of a technical difficulty that cannot be resolved, we may continue the meeting if necessary to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by a roll call vote in accordance with the law. As required by the open meeting law, let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance of all members participating in the meeting. Now, those members attending remotely identify themselves to ensure that they can hear and be heard throughout the meeting. Lanny.
I'm here.
Lanny's here. Rocket.
Present, I can hear you, and presumably you can hear me.
Yep. Thank you, Rocket. Al.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Mary Rodai here.
Dan.
I'm attending on Zoom and I can see and hear you.
Dan. Good.
Kim Sue's present.
And I am here as well. So our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us this evening? John?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. All right, we do not have any local liquor control board business, and we do not have any local cannabis control board business. Order of agenda, I believe that we are going to move item K to next week to save Dylan Walsh from having to be here at possibly 9:40. 2 weeks, I'm sorry, the next meeting. So that's the order of agenda. All right, we'll move to public comment. So public comment, we'll start with people in the room and then go to those who are joining us by Zoom. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. Please address the board as a whole as opposed to an individual member. No personal attacks. You'll have 5 minutes and anyone can go right up to the lectern. Just identify yourself and your town or village of residence. Just to note, we have a public hearing on the charter following up in a couple items. So if you have comments about the charter, we'd probably appreciate it if we could take those during the charter public hearing portion. So if anyone would like to speak, please come up to the microphone.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Paulette Osborne. I live in Hartford.
Okay, great.
I was really upset about the bomb threats, and even though they turned out to be hoaxes, it doesn't matter. I think it took up the police time, it took up taxpayer dollars, and also I'm sure frightened a lot of people, and maybe had to close businesses, maybe had to have people left events, things like that. And it really, as I said, made me really sad. And my son thinks I'm naive because I think this is the greatest state in the union. And I love this area. I used to live in Woodstock. I raised my sons back in the 70s. I left in 85. I came back and love this area. And I'm sorry I'm being emotional, but anyway,
Sure.
And I know I'm not supposed to make a personal attack, but I just thought that I listened to some of the meeting last time, and Allie, you're right, it is a positive event because inclusivity is positive. And I don't think that's a personal opinion, I think that's a fact. And no one is forcing or making anybody attend anything they don't want to attend. They're inviting anybody to come and be a part of their community, my community. So I guess my my final thought is, my motto is live and let live. Nobody's forcing me to do anything. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. And there's so many issues right now that could refer to. And I'd also refer to, I was raised Catholic. I'm a recovering Catholic, I say. But Jesus said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that is inclusive, including everyone. And inclusivity is positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment?
Wait, I've got to respond to this. So obviously, you're directing this towards me in the comment that I made, and I'm going to address that right now. And I'm going to repeat the comment that I made. The event that was held, and I'm going to speak the same words I spoke at that point in time, would not be considered a positive experience for everybody in our community. So, and I stand by that statement. And as it says in, I won't go there, but I believe that for some people, welcome that. There are many people within our community who do not feel that it is a welcome experience or an experience that our children should be subjected to in Upper Valley. And I will leave it at that.
Public comment?
I just want to go over the can of worms.
Right.
Yes. And I'm just curious how you voted for the Hartford Inclusion Act, if you're not being inclusive.
You can answer that if you'd like. If not, we'll take more.
Thank you for your input, ma'am.
Okay, public comment in the room? Head up to the microphone when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Joey Finley. I do not live in Hartford, but I run the Main Street Museum across the street here. I live in Heartland. And I would like to also address the comments that were made in the select meeting 2 weeks ago. Hartford has come a long way the last few years towards being inclusive, accepting, and a welcoming town. And White River in particular, a welcoming village. The speech that was made at the select board meeting regarding bomb threats during the drag show were nothing more than bully talk. Attacks on drag story hours are unwarranted. Drag story hour is a positive activity that shows children that self-expression is allowed and encouraged in the society. It also encourages reading, and reading is good. Concerns that it is unhealthy are baseless rhetoric, frankly. But one of my other concerns, the dismissal of Allie's comments was misogynistic. It's very hard to say this without saying it, like you said. We're not allowed to make personal attacks. But what was said when Allie was speaking was true and from the heart. And then the follow-up comment dismissed her feelings, but then that person expressed his feelings of hate. So it was like, it's okay for him to have an opinion, but not for Allie. And this is not the first time comments have been made that are dismissive of women on this board. I really hope that the board does some soul searching, and I hope that they change the way they treat people. Because this behavior is not representative of the community. And I wanted to let you know that the Main Street Museum has invited Emoji and Katniss to come back and finish what they started, and they've agreed to come.
Thank you. Public comment?
Wait a minute.
Are you going to respond to every single person?
I'm going to state one statement, okay?
Okay.
If anybody paid attention to what I stated during the meeting, I quite clearly stated that I felt that any bomb threats upon any organization within the town of Hartford and the Upper Valley was wrong. That's clearly what I stated. But I also, again, want to make clear what I said in that not everyone in the town of Hartford or the Upper Valley feels that it was a positive experience. I never said that I personally do not feel it's not a positive experience. I said there are many people in the Upper Valley and in the town of Hartford who do not feel that the experience would be positive for children.
I have your words
So-
right here.
Okay, everyone gets a chance to speak. Ally, if you want to say something.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
know we have more public comments, but Lanny, folks have taken the time to show up and share their perspective on this, which we should always encourage folks to do. And so I would just encourage you to consider, I know it might be hard when someone is maybe critiquing something that you think or feel, but instead of jumping to defend your position, I would just hope that we could take an open stance and hear from everybody as openly as possible, because they've taken the time to be here tonight.
I don't need to defend my position. My statements were clear.
Okay, well,
Okay,
let's
and
continue to
we'll
hear from other
continue
folks
with
about
public
theirs.
comment. So if you want to identify yourself and where you live, and then feel free to comment.
Yeah, my name is Jordan Fitch. I use they, them pronouns. I live in Lebanon, but I work in White River Junction. I work with a lot of you. And I just want to say, Drag Story Hour at its core aims to teach children to love and accept both themselves and others exactly as they are. And to say that that message isn't positive is objectively ridiculous. And, you know, I don't think people on this board are ridiculous. You guys have got critical thinking skills. So that means that you knew that what you were implying through that comment of it not being positive, the implication is that children interacting with queer people in the queer community is inherently negative and something to be avoided. So not only is that like embarrassing, it's an embarrassing and bigoted take, it's also incredibly harmful, as I'm sure others who will line up to cogently point out. It perpetuates the type of violence my wife and I have experienced since the day we moved here. I almost didn't speak out tonight because I live in constant fear for my life living here. We've been harassed and followed on the streets. We've almost been run over by a car, people screaming faggots at us as they drove by. And we were literally hate crimed out of our apartment by our transphobic upstairs neighbor. And we were forced to move for our own safety. But I don't want to focus on the negatives as others have felt the need to do. I just want to let, you know, anyone watching and maybe instill a little bit of fear into your hearts, because surprise, I am a big, scary queer person who interacts with a lot of kids. I run tons of media education programs through my work. I'm in schools. I am running after school programs, and I'm never anything but myself with the kids. And I'm beyond proud of the work that I do with them, of the space that I carve out for them in this community, giving them, many of whom have had a hard time finding peace and community in this town and in their schools and in their social spaces. Wonder why. A space much like Drag Story Hour does, where they can feel safe to be themselves and feel nothing but respected. And when we get our survey responses back from the parents of those kids, I promise you those parents seem to think it's something positive. For some of those kids, the parents share with me it's the first time their child has had a positive experience in a camp or after school program because they felt safe, because those kids felt seen and were encouraged to be themselves and find the joy and the beauty in that. And because they had someone like me, a big, scary queer person to look up to and learn from. So to my overarching point that there's no way to interpret a program like Drag Story Hour as anything but positive, I'll just end with this. The next time someone feels the need to add their 2 cents to the conversation, at least be real, be honest, and like say it with your whole chest that it's just homophobia, you know, that it's a homophobic member of the community, so that the Hartford community can replace that person as their representation, because I know that's not what they want. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Public comment?
May I respond to this? I have my hand up.
You may. Usually we just let the public comment and kind of go forward, but we've broken that rule tonight. So go ahead, but just please keep it on point.
I'll try to be succinct. What I'll say is I personally love drag shows. I think they're fun. And I actually have thought about doing drag at one point because I thought it'd be an interesting experience. So personally, I'm supportive of it and have many close community in the queer community. I do want to just push back a little bit and say that if you just take the statement like, yeah, not everyone thinks something's a positive experience, putting this aside, anything. Yeah, I mean, we live in a society where people are entitled to their positions. And I just think that, like, I totally understand for me what I heard Lanny say last meeting. I actually was not aware because I had been traveling. I was not aware before the meeting that that had happened. So that was my first time hearing it. And I think that the timing of how he delivered it and the manner in which he delivered it was pretty raw and pretty insensitive. You could imagine being on the other end of that bomb threat and being terrified, and I think that's completely unacceptable. And but I also think that we should separate like the terrible timing and delivery of it from the fact that whether I don't know if it's Lanny's position or not, or whether he's representing other people's positions. I mean, the fact is that we do live in a society where people are entitled to opinions, no matter how reprehensible or how disagreeable they might be. So I just want to encourage everyone to, like, of course, speak your mind, but just to keep that in mind that, like, there may be people who find haunted houses disagreeable experiences for kids, but like it doesn't mean that we should stifle those opinions or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment, please identify yourself.
My name is Danny Brzezowski. I use they, them pronouns, and I live in White River Junction. I would like to thank the majority of this board for your statements of support last meeting and your dedication to Hartford's Declaration of Inclusion. However, I must comment on Lanny Collins' remarks last meeting, in which he was unwilling to condemn an attack on people and businesses in Hartford who are LGBTQ or allies. His remarks were followed by additional bomb threats a few days later. Transgendered people in Hartford regularly experience harassment and violence. I speak from my own experience and those of people close to me. We face verbal harassment, attacks on our livelihood, vandalism, and physical assaults. Hartford is no longer a safe place for trans people to live, work, or visit. I anticipate retaliation for making this public statement. Laney has used the claim of maintaining civil discussion to silence marginalized voices more than once. He represents and empowers the bigots in town while duplicitously claiming a commitment to all residents. Laney, we are your neighbors and deserving of the same respect, freedom, and safety you enjoy. Your words have real physical consequences, and I beseech you to consider those consequences before you speak.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone, we really do ask that you address the select board as a whole. You can certainly refer to members of the select board in the abstract. We appreciate hearing from you, and just also be careful. You can certainly comment on the comments that were made and how they made you feel. We just have to be careful about ascribing certain traits to people. So those are just basically the ground rules. All right. So please come up.
My name is John Hafner, I'm resident of White River Junction. I was at the drag story hour with my family, and we just love drag story hour. And I just really want that to be clear that it's an incredibly positive space. And for those who don't think so, I would just recommend talking to people who have gone, listen to the performers. They're incredible. The stories they tell are amazing. And also, before you mention that maybe just think about the timing of things that are said too. Just be sensitive to people's experience. It was tough to hear that. I was so glad that the majority of the select board supported, and we're just offering their support to the performers, to the communities that were affected, and it just be conscious of it when a community is going through something. Offer support first and foremost.
Thank you.
No, wait a minute. I've sat here and I have to say this.
Sorry, my comments aren't done yet. Lanny, could you please just let people say their piece? You have interrupted enough and people are still here to talk.
Your comments are done, correct? Your comments are done, correct? I served this country for 21 years in the military to grant everybody the right to do what they would like to do, and I fully support that right. I support the right for you to be able to have a drag story. I fully support the right for LGBTQ rights in this country and in the town of Hartford. That doesn't mean that I have to agree with them. but I support the ability to do that. And I will continue to support the right to do that. My statement that it is not a positive experience for all is just that. I fully support your ability to do this, but I speak for many people in town of Hartford when I say that for many residents in the town of Hartford, they would not feel that this is a positive experience for children.
Public comment? Just please identify yourself and your town.
Sure. My name is Val Werner. I'm from Queechee. I'm actually, I don't know about this whole drag. I'm actually here for a different, I'm just kidding. So I would just like to say, I really hate the stage adaptation of The Little Mermaid. I think they added in a bunch of songs that are really bad. And if there were a bomb threat made against a stage production of The Little Mermaid, and someone were to say, well, gee, it's a shame that someone did that because it was intended to be a positive, inclusive experience for the children, I would not be like, oh my God, I'm not represented by this. This is an attack on my personal beliefs for someone on the select board to say something like that, because I don't like the stage production of The Little Mermaid. That would be silly. And if someone actually were to follow that up and say, well, actually not everyone thinks that The Little Mermaid's a positive experience, I would be confused because I have an expectation and I really want to communicate this to all of you. Any elected official, if you think that there is any merit to the idea that harm might be done to children by something that people in the community are doing, then please say that and then back it up. If you're going to make that allegation, if you're going to grant any sort of merit to that belief, back it up, support it, justify it, really say it. This is something that I really expect from anyone who's representing me in the community. For example, I'm going to back up some things right now. There was a survey by the Trevor Project in 2022 of LGBTQ youth. 68% of specifically transgender youth said that they felt stressed or anxious very often because of violent threats made against LGBTQ community spaces. So that's one thing. The other thing is that bomb threats are scary, and that's bad too. So there are just two different ways that bomb threats are harmful. I would like to hear if anyone thinks that drag or anything else that people are doing as a common thing in our culture, if you think that's harmful, then tell me some reasons why it's harmful, support that. If you don't, then why are you giving any sort of merit to it? If that's a baseless thing, why say it? And if it's not baseless, give the base. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Any comment? Come to the microphone.
Chief Eastridge, White River Junction. To me, I think the crux of the issue is hearing from the entire board that that threats of violence are not condoned is what we would expect in a situation like this. And I do believe that all of you believe in that you don't want to see violence in this community of any sort against anybody. I think, to me, and again, this is me personally, I think when I hear a follow-up about the merits of the performance that was threatened, it ends up trivializing that message a little bit, and could even to other people maybe even condone that message a little bit. And so I think that that's what I want to hear, or what I want to hear very clearly is just we do not condone violence, full stop. And then we can always find time to weigh in about what we agree with and what we don't agree with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comments.
Hello, my name is Brandon Smith. I'm a White River Junction resident, and I'm running for Select Board in March. If anyone would like to hear about what I'd like to do with the role, please see me afterward. I've got some pamphlets and things. I can't stand here and not address the topic that we've been hearing about. The rest of what I'll say is about solidarity with oppressed peoples. And that includes oppressed peoples of any and all types. So I like statistics, and I'll state one for you. The number of people killed for presenting as queer in this community, in our country rather, it's in the thousands. It's like 9/11 levels of death, and that's just in the last few years. So, you know, the number of people killed for presenting as straight or speaking out in opposition to queer folks, that number is 0. So I'll leave it for you folks to decide who has more power in that relationship and thus who is oppressed. But to me, it's obvious. So a little about me. I spent 15 years as a journalist, writing for The Guardian and Chicago-based outlets. I performed investigative research in DC for ProPublica and Washington Post. Mid-pandemic, I switched careers, as many folks did. I build houses here now. I like it here. Hartford has about the same number of people as the town I grew up in Ohio. I'd like to share some more statistics. And I don't see the timer going.
Well, I went off, but right.
I have timed this. It's 3.5 minutes. So just so you should be fine. Brookings Institution, which is a think tank, it's known as a centrist organization. They studied incomes in America, and they specifically like how many people make what. And they found that there's a group of people at the bottom, the lowest income group. They make between $15,000 and $21,000 a year, you know. I'd like everyone to just take a guess in their mind about what percentage of Americans exist in that income swath, $15,000 to $21,000. It is 42% of Americans make that much money. It has not always been this way, I would like to share. Those of you who've been around a while might remember a time like in 1971, 53 years ago, a first-year truck driver right out of high school, like my dad, made the 2024 equivalent of $127,000. That was the going rate. A first-year journalist with a degree in 1971 made the equivalent of $145,000. Like, could you imagine? This, you know, to me, this is top-down class war because the window of what's acceptable has been shifted. I'll leave you with another statistic about wages. Do you remember last year when UPS drivers won their union election? They did. And in 4 years, when the contract they won sort of matures to its final form, all UPS drivers are going to be making $170,000 a year. So did you see a market increase in UPS prices? I did not. That tells me the money to pay workers was there all along. It just was landing elsewhere. And likewise with all kinds of things across this economy. I'd like to say that a lot of this is due to just folks at their desks doing their jobs, you know, people feeling like, hey, I'm just doing my job. Or just kind of like trying to make as much for themselves as the system will allow. And, you know, maybe that's the problem. The system allows it. But do we want it to, is my question. You know, I tend to ask, as a former journalist, I tend to ask, who benefits from this situation? You know, I'm always trying to figure that out, you know. I also ask, like, for instance, who benefits from our presidential administration when they flaunt the will of 75% of the public, as they're doing right now, to send bombs to destroy 8 in 10 homes in one of the poorest countries on earth. And for the record, the only other country literally fighting against that is another of the poorest countries on earth. I ask who benefits from that? Who benefits when there are so many roadblocks to regulating rental housing? I think we might talk about that later in this hearing. There are so many roadblocks that we even have to vote on whether to talk about regulating rental housing. Like this vote might go down, in which case this board is literally not allowed to talk about it. We're not allowed to discuss regulating rental housing. If I have my facts straight. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've read it. You know, this top-down class war has crossed the line into the obscene. And I just believe it's going to be an uphill battle to fight it, but I hope you'll support me in it. Sign my petition or whatever later, or write me at hey@brandonsmith.com. And thank you for this.
Thank you. Public comment? Step right up.
Hi, David Briggs, White River Junction. I have some updated comments for you. They're brief, and I have some visuals if I'm tech savvy enough to share them with you.
Okay.
So at the January 9th meeting, I confirmed that I have an exit plan for the Gates block and the Coolidge block in White River Junction. At this point, I can update by saying that I've had my first, however brief, meeting with Lori Hirschfield, Planning Director, who will be getting back to me with her staff to talk about actual steps of permitting processes. This will be a precursor to more specific discussions that would involve a purchaser or purchasers as detailed plans become more and more clear. It's important to know that I am functioning at this point as a pre-developer on my own behalf while discussions with actual purchasers advance and mature. I might splice in here off script, but I've been at this for 11 years. My family says, are you kidding? This stage has been a long time coming, although I have been unrelenting in my quest for highest and best use and outcome. And this is because I've always believed that such a goal is of mutual benefit to me, to my family, and to my town of Hartford. And it brings the added comfort of an increased measure of certainty as to exactly what is envisioned and the people who are striving to execute, like you know. In the early stages, I engaged a high-quality architectural firm. The firm is 4240 of Denver, Colorado. The intro was made by my lifelong friend and Hartford native, Byron Heflin. Indeed, it was 4240 that eventually became the architect of record for the village, and you can see what a beautiful and substantial building came from that. I might also add that one of their credits, this firm, is the Ritz-Carlton in Shanghai, China. Those are a big deal. They completed a massing study for me to reveal what the overall nature of a redevelopment site would potentially yield and strive with local zoning limits and market forces. You can't build something the market won't support, and you certainly can't break the rules when it comes to zoning rules. I'd like to quickly walk you through the slides of this study as a picture is worth 1,000 words. And if this takes too much time, give me the hook. I can get these slides to advance. Chico's still in the room.
And Dave, if you do get the buzzer, please email these to the board.
Yeah. Okay. So that you can see quickly, this is an aerial view of downtown with the Coolidge block lower end and the Gates block and the Briggs Opera House above it. There's the Coolidge block highlighted. Now this is a pretty cool bit of technology where the architect goes from underground up to a completed building. And this shows you how it gets layered on. This is a would-be underground parking garage. Those are stair towers and elevator towers. And what this building would do would be to cover the entire site more comprehensively, highest and best use. And as you get above the Main Street level, you start to see apartments on one end, and in this iteration, some years ago now, was a hotel. It's very debatable as to whether that should all be housing if it's going in that direction. Not because of my heartfelt passion for hospitality, but for the need for housing in the market. So that continues on to a 5-story building. To where you start to get a sense, this would stand at the same height as the top of the towers that are now there. And that's not to be a foregone conclusion, because there's some wrangling that'll go on about the zoning and planning rules there. So that's how they do a massing study to show you maybe what's possible. And this has been estimated by talented contractors, so we know what such a project would cost. This is another view from the roof of the village, looking across at the courthouse. That gives you just another sense of what this project could look like if I achieved the goal. So more to come. If you had questions tonight, I'll take them. But let me just say this. In yielding back my time under citizens' comments, I thank you for your attention. I look forward to bringing more and more information that I may have or will be gathering. Please feel free to call me directly and individually or otherwise. And I will remain very transparent on this exciting plan. Indeed, we're all in this together. And there's no measure of this that I feel I couldn't share with you, plus or minus the usual negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We certainly look forward to hearing more about the important transformative project.
Can you stop the screen share, David?
Public comment.
Hi, Jeff Arnold, Wilder, Vermont. I just came to say that I'm really for this 1% tax.
We're talking about that later.
Pardon me? So
We do have
stick
after
around
public
and-
comment, we have our public hearing on the charter. So if you don't mind just sticking around, so we can take them all sort of at the same time.
Okay.
If you have other comments, feel free.
Well, I get to say the local option tax, which we're not talking about, right? Was very successful and it was fought against. Nobody wanted it. And the restaurants haven't complained about it, nor have the hotel owners. And look what it's gained us over the years. This year we're getting an ambulance and a refurbished park at Lyman Point. So there's a lot of benefits in collecting taxes that way, mostly paid by others.
Thank you, Jeff. Public comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephen College. I'm a resident of the village here at White River Junction, the historic district. I'm here to echo my neighbors in that diversity is a good thing for this community, and homophobia should always be condemned by all of us because it leads to the actions that led, for example, the events at Northern Stage. But it also concerns me because as a resident, I want to be able to trust the people in this building to know what's good or bad for our residents. And to venture further on that topic, I'm just going to read a few things here that have been on my mind. As a select board, are you aware that the chair of our Hartford zoning board is a private assessor who has business relations with property seeking variances within the mixed use zoning area of downtown White River Junction? Mixed use meaning retail, residential, and office space. And can you please comment on the viability of such a person profiting in surplus of $1 million, as public records indicate, being a trusted public servant without conflict of interest? To put this into context, residents have for a long time now expressed concern about 3 operations downtown abutting residential property that are harming our community. Number 1, a variance to River Roost manufacturing expansion resulting in more semi-trailers in the heart of our town, fork trucks using our public streets and sidewalks, and increased noise pollution due to additional HVAC units, expanded outdoor drinking areas with no fencing or borders. 2, a nut lane trucking fuel depot that stores hundreds of barrels of flammable and toxic propane gas directly adjacent to people's backyards, resulting in diesel traffic through our village 24/7, 1 a.m. at night on a Sunday. There's a massive 18-wheel tanker heading through town by my front door to this depot. There was already a fire there in 2017 that threatened residential property. Number 3, a Barrett trucking depot 20 feet from an apartment building, 1 block from the Coolidge Hotel, downtown White River Junction, that requires 70,000-pound Class 7 and Class 8 trucks to travel through our downtown 6 months of the year, Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. until 4 o'clock. Today, 80 trucks passed my front door by 20 feet. These trucks are damaging our roads, they're polluting our air, they're sending tremors through the streets that can be felt in every home blocks away from this depot. How are these operations compatible with a vibrant, high-density residential community like downtown White River Junction? All of these disregard state and federal zoning guidelines, and for good reason. These businesses diminish the quality of life, expose us to cancer-causing toxins, particulate matter, pollutants, physical danger, audible and vibrational noise pollution, disrupt our traffic and put pedestrians in harm's way. Downtown is a mixed-use zone. So why do we have industrial and manufacturing operations directly in the heart of our community and adjacent to residential property? So, as positive as an event as this may be for the business owners like Mike Davidson and Kenny Keith, who do not live in our community, in our neighborhood, as positive as it may be for the diesel truck and semi drivers who do not live in our neighborhood, and as positive as this may be for the zoning board who do not live in our neighborhood and who are possibly profiting from these questionable ventures, I can adamantly assure you that these events are not a positive thing for we the residents of White River Junction. So unlike Drag Story Time, which is a positive event for our community, would you agree that these events of allowing industrial and manufacturing businesses to abut residential property in White River Junction is not a positive thing for we the residents who live here?
Thank you. Public comment? Any more in the room?
Colin Butler, White River Junction. Sorry, that's my mailing address. Hartford. I want to say thanks to the folks in the room who spoke up about the issue with the drag show bomb scare. But I'm not going to speak directly about that incident. My comment is that on your agenda, there is a public comments period followed by a select board comment period. And when I stand up here to make a comment to you or ask a question, I don't expect that the turnaround is going to be an attack on me by somebody sitting at the board table. I should be able to express my opinion without getting immediate feedback from one board member or another. You might ask us to make our comments to the board and not to an individual on the board. I would ask you to remind the board members to do exactly the same thing. It's completely inappropriate to scare citizens of the town away from making public comments, knowing that they're going to be belittled or berated or harassed or harangued by a board member or by board members about issues that they feel very strongly about. So
thank you, Colin.
One last thought. I'm going to break the rule that you established for us earlier and speak directly to Mr. Collins.
But on the one hand, you asked us to abide by what we say.
I'm sorry.
And and we ask you to abide. So
yeah,
it sounds like we're just breaking rules right and left.
Sure, we are. We apparently are. And my breaking the rule is to suggest to Mr. Collins that he learn when to shut his mouth.
Okay, go on. Public comment? Any more comment in the room? If not, we will go to the people who are on Zoom, get their hands up.
This moment, I don't see any hands up on Zoom.
Okay. So we will
Prompts the hand, but
we will close public comment. Thank you everyone for coming out and commenting. We'll move to select board comments and announcements.
a hand just went up.
Okay, let's get that last hand in.
Okay, Heidi Duto. I think you should be able to speak.
Good evening, Heidi Butte, White River Junction, Vermont. I would like to thank the board for allowing me to speak. I would like to thank everyone for their public comments this evening, but I would also like to remind the board and the public that, like Colin said, it's a privilege to be able to speak in the select board meetings. At the beginning of the meetings, the chair reminded everyone that you are to address the board as a whole and to be respectful. My brother is also gay. I have a lot of gay friends. I have not a single problem with the choices or the feelings of anyone. I wished I'd have known about this presentation because I actually would have probably enjoyed it. I just wish that everyone would be respectful of all. And that's all I really have to say this evening. Please take control of your meeting and let's try to get together and be one and stop the separation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Any other comments on Zoom?
No other hands up at the moment.
All right, well, we will end public comments and we will go to select board comments and announcements. Kim, you want to kick us off?
I will pass.
Dan?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Meredith?
Yeah, I was all prepared last Tuesday to come to select board meeting because Department of Public Works had done such a great job of plowing. So even though it's nice to be safe, I just want to thank them for their hard work a week ago. I also wanted to thank Dylan Walsh for helping. Ideal Vermont is a cohort that was established by Governor Phil Scott a couple of years ago, I think about the same time as the Welcoming and Engaging Communities. And a lot of people don't know about IDEAL. It stands for the letters of each word stand for inclusivity, diversity, equity, action, and leadership. They meet once a month. I'm a member of that cohort. You have to be a municipal worker in order to be a part of that cohort. And Hartford hosted it. We meet in different towns of the people who are in the cohort. And so it was so wonderful. I knew it would be a little bit tougher, but you know, it was supposed to be an in-person. It was Wednesday morning right after the snow, and small amount of people made it to Hartford and some of them were online. We were supposed to be in person, but it was just wonderful to have Dylan help to set up because it always takes a little bit of juggling to get the IT work. And also Dana Clausen, because it was cold in room 2. And as a sustainability coordinator, he made sure that everything was warm for us. So I want to thank those 2 people for helping us, and our comments on that day, the work that we did that day, we went until noon, was about applying for equity grants. And how do you go about that? How do you review it? How do you have a rubric, et cetera? And these are at the state level. And I actually got a chance because I volunteered to look over 3 grants, not that I can make a decision, but just to see what it was like. I got a chance to review 3 different grants in the area of recreation and equity. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary.
Can I change my, can I make a quick statement? Okay, I just want to, as someone who has direct experience making a public comment that was not considered well received by everyone in the community, I found it to be, ultimately, I received a lot of criticism, and it was important to hear that. And in that process, it allowed me to connect with a lot of individuals and have some really meaningful conversations that were very productive in the community. And I want to encourage Lanny from this experience that you might reach out and have those conversations with people who were in disagreement with you as well. Thank you.
Yes, a couple of things. So first, just wanted to thank folks that came tonight to share their time and share their experience, particularly around threats to queer members of our community and the bomb threats in particular, and their experiences more broadly about what it's like to be in this community for them. Those folks should not have to educate us about that, but I'm grateful that you took time to do that. Related to that, I had a first meeting with the process management team for the community safety study. As some folks may know, we're entering into a process with Strategy Matters, a Boston-based consulting firm, to do a lengthy community engagement process around safety and belonging in our community, and to make recommendations and hear from folks about that in a holistic way. So in that meeting, I brought up the bomb threats and what we just experienced. So they had that context. It's a great group of folks assembled on the process management team, and we're hoping also to continue to diversify that group. So looking forward to hopefully that process helping guide us all towards a culture shift that is clearly needed to support folks in our community, queer folks and others, and just hope all of us respect the bravery also that it took for folks to come who are already at risk and who, in making their voices more public tonight, put themselves potentially at additional risk. So I hope we can respect that bravery, give it the credence and the respect that it deserves, and be part of that culture shift that clearly we need. Thank you.
Valley, Rocket?
Yeah, a few things. I want to echo what Mary said about thanking DPW through a lot of the storm. We saw that they have done a lot of overtime and pretty heroic work to keep our town running and our roads clear. I want to apologize to the public to being remote. I'm not feeling well and didn't want to get my select board, my colleagues sick. I want to echo Allie and just applauding or recognizing the courage that it takes to speak up. I think even, at least for myself being in meetings, it can be challenging to speak my mind and speak honestly. And it is definitely, it kind of makes me aware of like the bubble I live in, and sometimes to hear how traumatic or scared or intimidated people can feel living in our community. And I think that is completely unacceptable and something that we should definitely work towards. So I do want to just acknowledge all of those things and thank everyone for sharing their opinions. I do want to push back and say, listen, like sharing your opinion doesn't mean stifling someone else's opinion, no matter how disagreeable that one is. But it is definitely not lost on me that it takes a lot of courage to come in and share your mind. So, and I thought a great point was made that maybe, and I was guilty of this, maybe select board members should not respond at all during public comment and just save it. So I thought that was good and maybe something that we should think about procedurally. Two last things. One is thanking Treasurer Joe Major and Representative Esme Cole for bringing State Treasurer Mike Pichek down to our community last night, was it? I couldn't stay for the whole thing. We're talking about some really great things, and so I can't wait to tune in and catch the rest of that chat. But he was really talking about some of these initiatives that should really help Hartford citizens, and I really would encourage people to look into the 10% for Vermont, but also the Vermont Saves program, and some of the other initiatives coming out of it that I think will really benefit our citizens directly, which is cool. And the last thing is, it seems like we've confirmed that Alex Farrell, who is the State Commissioner of Housing appointed by the governor, will be joining us in a select board meeting in 4 weeks' time on February 20th. So that will be hopefully a great opportunity for anyone in the community who's interested in speaking to the housing commissioner about ways that we can encourage housing development and positive growth in our community to join us for that. So thank you. It's an honor to serve.
All right. Thank you, Rocket. Lane?
In the past, it has been the practice within select board meetings that select board members have the opportunity to respond to comments made during public comments. So this is why I took the opportunity tonight. I do not feel that I need to defend my position. I only restated my position. I also feel that I'm in a situation where I represent a lot of people. I represent everyone in the town of Hartford, but a lot of the people that I represent are members of the faith-based community in the town of Hartford. And a lot of the members of the faith-based community in the church that I belong to particularly have the same sentiment that I do, in that we are accepting, we are welcoming. However, we also, as many members of the faith-based community, I should say, feel that the statement that I made is correct, and that not everyone has the same opinion that it's a positive experience for children what took place. Full stop on that. However, anybody that makes a bomb threat to any organization in the town of Hartford or anywhere in the Upper Valley is wrong. The two things can exist at the same time. And that is, they can continue in the same place. So I appreciate those that came out tonight to express their opinion. I thank you for that, and I will still stand by my comments that I made.
Thank you, Lanny. I have no comments, so we can move on in the agenda. We have no appointments tonight. Our next item before the public hearing on the charter is the town manager's report. So John, if there's anything you want to let us know of particular interest, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The town's HR director and executive assistant to the town manager, Paula Nolte, has been working remotely for several weeks and will continue to do so through the end of this week. And we will, but she will be unable to work in any capacity beginning at the end of this week through March. But hopefully we'll hear from her in April about a return in some form. Lana Livingston, my assistant, has returned half-time, and the hope is that her office hours will increase over time as her recovery continues. Following a meeting with town staff, including Gail Ostrout, Scott Hausler, Dana Clausen, and myself in November, the architects from Studio Nexus met to update the leadership of the Bugby Senior Center in December on their work. The architects will continue their work and update the select board at a future date. The town's application to once again participate in the welcoming and engaging community cohort has been accepted, and the town manager, Lieutenant Commander Connie Kelly, and select board member Kim Souza attended a kickoff session on January 9th at the VLCT offices in Montpelier. I'd like to issue a big thank you to Michelle Ollie for giving the town manager an excellent and informative tour of the Center for Cartoon Studies last week. It was great to see the campus and meet staff and several students. This is a reminder that Dominic Cloud will lead a select board workshop devoted to the topic of select board structures and committee liaison assignments on Wednesday, January 31st at 6 p.m. upstairs on the 3rd floor. DPW recently received an inspection report from VTrans on pedestrian bike path bridge, and that's the one that goes along US Route 5 by the I-91 overpass. And that report indicates that the bridge was in poor condition and that it should be closed pending repairs. Therefore, we're hustling to see about getting some expert eyes on the situation, give us a plan for moving forward with repairs. The select board approved appointment of Brian Gazda and Chris Holsworth back in November to be authorized town representatives on a loan for the wastewater and loan number 06140-2021 ARPA CSO-05. A signature document has been placed on the table. We'd appreciate signatures on that tonight. In terms of SIGACs, the town clerk says that she's held 4 abatement hearings on Thursday, January 18th. The board approved abatement amounts for 2 matters and denied 2 other requests. Town offices, the town clerk's office will close at noon Tuesday, March 4th to prepare for the election. Town hall will be closed on election day, March 5th. They will not receive any mail that day, so voters are reminded to return their ballots by mail in a timely manner so that they are received no later than March 4th to be counted. If you have any questions, please contact the town clerk's office about that. A reminder to all candidate petitions and consent forms for any positions to be elected for the town and school district are due no later than 5 p.m., January 29th, 2024. The Environmental Sustainability Coordinator reports that the South Main Street parking lot qualified for the electrical vehicle supply equipment grant. With all the wiring and the conduit in place as part of the parking lot renovation, this grant would cover more than half of the cost of installation of those chargers. VLCT has agreed to pay the town's insurance claim on last year's first floor condenser replacement to the tune of nearly $60,000, so that's good news. The Department of Public Works has successfully recruited, interviewed, and offered conditionally an employment in the administrative assistant position, and that's one they've been looking to fill for a long time, so fingers crossed on that. They have drafted at DPW a bridge assessment RFP for issuance in these next few days. Highway has been very busy, as you know, responding to 7 different snow events and worked extended hours, resulting in an average of 50 hours of overtime per staff member. And they'd like to issue a huge thank you to the Water Division for assisting with every storm and working extended hours, keeping roads and sidewalks clear. The Fire Department would like to congratulate Jacob Oliver as its newest firefighter/EMT. The Police Department is working with Ashley Mills on her onboarding as the Clara Martin Center Police Liaison. She's embedded in the Police Department in the Community Outreach Division. The Planning Department has interviewed and hired an administrative assistant beginning later this month. The Fire Department would also like to welcome Gage Merritt as a new full-time firefighter EMT to the department. Gage will be starting his work with Hartford's Fire Department in February. Gabrielle Poole, our current Deputy Fire Marshal, has been granted a transfer from fire prevention to operations as her passion is to be a firefighter. She will transfer to her new role in February. That means that they're now advertising for a part-time or full-time employee to fill her position. Finally, a couple of notes from the Planning Department. And I can tell you that they held Planning Commission public hearings on December 18th, where they approved changes, clarifications to the school district's educational program on Christian Street and the Havens Emergency Shelter. The Zoning Board of Adjustment and Planning Commission will hear new information on the proposed residential development off Sykes Mountain Avenue at their next hearings, January 31st and February 5th, respectively. And as I mentioned before, they have made progress toward the hiring of an administrative assistant. Parks and Rec reports in closing that they've had several meetings with Alan Hall and Ken Alton regarding Wright's Reservoir. Most recently, a meeting was held with the town manager to discuss the possibility of resurrecting, repairing, and reusing once again that reservoir. The RFP for Lyman Point Park improvements was disseminated recently. They hope to have several submissions for review by the end of January. Thank you.
Questions for John? Okay. Thanks, John. Appreciate it very much. All right.
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that, John. I was just wondering about Bugby in that meeting. You know, as you know, I'm interested in making sure that there is some sort of temporary fix or something for the members, the people, the residents who come and use it, whatever you call them. but you know what I'm saying with the door.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have anything to report on that. I did raise it both with the folks at the Bugby Center when I met with them. I also know that it was mentioned at our conversation in November with the architects.
So, but no movement on that.
No, I'm afraid not.
You know what the best, could you advise the best steps forward? Is it not really an issue, or does it remain an issue? I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse if it's not an issue for the people, the guests there, but if it, you know, they came in and made a specific appeal a year and a half ago, and they still don't have doors. And so with the architectural study and then the permitting and the building, it's going to be another year and a half, 2 years yet before they even have power doors. That to me seems like 3 years plus to get doors in response to a specific request seems pretty unreasonable, unless they've maybe found another solution. So I do want to push in whatever way we can to make sure that that has been resolved.
I will dig into that, Rocket. I'll talk with both folks at the Bugby Center on this specific issue and the architects. Hopefully I'll have some update for you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Kim, did you have something?
John, could you just give us a sense of, with limited administrative assistant support in your office, how you're managing what limited communication you can?
With a lot of duct tape and positive thoughts. No, I think the reality is that it's been so good to have Paula available to work remotely full-time for this interim between her two procedures. So I'm disappointed that I'll be losing her help over these next couple of months. However, like the cavalry coming over the hillside in the westerns, Lana's return has been a big boost to my spirits, and she certainly helps me move forward. So I'm pleased that they weren't both gone for a long period of time. And I see hope now that Lana's back, and I think we'll be able to manage during Paula's absence. But thanks for asking.
Great. Anything else for John? All right, we're going to move on to public hearing number 1 on the charter revision proposal. I feel like we should bang a gong or something. It's very exciting. Oh, I do have a gavel. Yeah, right. So, the purpose of tonight is to hear from the public about the charter changes that the board has recommended. So the board met on the 12th and the 19th last December, and we looked over, deliberated on the proposal that came from the charter committee. We made a number of changes to that. So that was what we did on the 12th and 19th. On the 10th of January, John and I presented it to the school board for their input on the matters that specifically affect essentially their jurisdiction. They had a couple suggestions that are, I think, fairly reasonable that we can talk about later. On information night, the charter was presented change by change, essentially, and we took questions then. So tonight, the idea is that the floor is open to the public to comment on the proposals that we've made. So we're going to open that up. When we're done with that, and this is the first of 2 public hearings, so there's going to be another public hearing on February 6th. Tonight, it's my understanding, is really the last night we can kind of make any changes to the charter. So after we hear from the public, we do have some suggested language that came from our attorney on a couple items that came from the school board on 2 particular items, and maybe some clarifying language for some of the provisions that we've received questions about where people aren't quite sure what our intent is. So that'll be it, and we'll kick this. Alec?
I just had a procedural question.
Yeah.
Should we, as we're entering in the public hearing, in terms of our role as board members, are we listeners, or are we also responding if there are questions?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. We're likely to hear people who are for or against a particular proposal, and people who may have questions about what language means in particular. So I think it's going to be both.
I did carve out a separate item on the agenda for a discussion among the board members as to whether you wish to make any changes after hearing what you've heard.
All right.
And just, FX does have his hand up, so I don't know.
I know, we're gonna hear, I think, first from some people in the room, and then we can talk to FX. I think FX has a lengthy set of comments for us tonight, so maybe we will take them piecemeal as opposed to all at once.
Procedurally, do we have to adjourn the select board meeting and open the public?
We can do that, so
Yep.
we will adjourn. Do we do a full motion, or can I just adjourn?
I think you need to.
Okay, anyone want to make a motion to
I move to
adjourn?
adjourn the select board meeting.
And,
I'll second the motion.
okay, we have a motion to adjourn.
Recess it maybe?
Recess.
Yeah, I think recess is fine. We can recess the select board.
Yeah, so we're not adjourned.
And,
Suspend, yeah.
yeah.
Recess is right.
Okay.
Second by Mary.
Yeah.
Any discussion on this one? Hey, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dan, Rocket, your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're in the public hearing. Dennis.
Thank you, board members, for all your service and all you do. Dennis Brown of Hartford. I gotta share with you that I miss all these formalities.
You're the only one.
As he smiles. As he smiles.
Yeah, Dennis Brown of Hartford, I identify as he, him. The other night at Info Night, I spoke about how damaging and the additional sales tax would be to our retail business community. I think a lot of what our town used to look like back in the 60s and 70s, probably some of you folks may not remember that, but I do. And just thinking, while I was sitting down here, I was jotting things down. We had two large department stores. We had Clodney's and Newberry's at that time. We had 3 barber shops, 2 drugstores, convenience store, a newsstand, a bank, Briggs Limited, Aubuchon Hardware, and Snowflake Laundry by Aubuchon's, and that's all gone. So as I said the other night, when sales tax came out in 1969, and I as well as a bunch of other folks there saw this move or go out. So I'd just like us to be aware that this new tax will force more businesses out. It will add to everything that we buy online, like Amazon orders. And until just a handful of days ago, I didn't realize that part. Particularly, we buy a lot from Amazon. So we're going to pay for that if that is enacted. I get the feeling that our board saw lots of dollar signs by seeing what other towns that enacted this sales tax in their the local option tax, like Stowe. Well, I've said to some members that they know that I somewhere near recently graduated from the 251 Club of Vermont. That's where you go around to each town and visit each town in the state of Vermont. And I believe when we visited Stowe, that wasn't on the New Hampshire border. So I think that's a poor comparison here to what they're doing to what we might be doing. I have a question for everybody here in this room and those online. After we enacted the last law, the rooms and meals tax, how many people here and online's taxes went down? Mine didn't. Yeah, I just want to say this tax will be more than a tourist tax. We'll lose some of our business partners that are supporting our town now. Please join me in voting no on this sales tax proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Public comment in the room? Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Arnold, Hartford, Vermont. Well, I take the contrary position to that because the same was said when lot was up for a vote, that it would put restaurants out of business, and it didn't. And the taxes that were collected from that tax, or the revenues collected, have bought a lot of valuable things that we would normally go into the budget and then we would be taxed for. And with the 1% tax and possibly $650,000. Is Gail listening? Because she said she was gonna say how much the lot tax was every year at the last meeting.
We'll see if her hand comes up.
She,
I
because
have
I think,
those numbers.
Well, if Kim has the numbers,
oh, you have the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she was gonna discuss it. It was 350, right?
Do you
I
want the, like, she sent, we requested the amounts for each year.
Right.
That they've been collected, so I don't know that I have a total amount, but I have them for each year if you want them.
That's what I mean.
Would you like
Year
that?
by year, yeah.
yeah, and you can continue, Jeff, if you can, before you hear this.
I just want to hear what they are.
Okay. What's up here, so.
It'd be interesting to know what was purchased with it, but you
Yeah.
probably don't have that at your fingertips, do you?
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, Gail sent us
good.
or me, because I requested it, I don't know if she sent it to everyone. So in the first year, I think in the fiscal year 2018, which started in July 2017, looks like the total amount collected was 187,574 and change, but nothing was put on that ballot for lot expense. And then fiscal 2019, $316,204 was collected and nothing on that ballot yet. And then it starts in 2020, $269,672. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong. That's the tax collected remaining balance. Sorry, I'm giving you remaining balance. So first year was 70% of tax collected. So first year was 189,823, nothing on ballot. Second year, 2019, 319,600 collected, nothing on ballot. And then in 2020, another 272,000. Oh, I see what I'm saying. There's just a little. So yeah, 272,000. I can forward this to you as well. 726 in that first year with 227,000 funded in ambulance and 99,650 funded cemeteries. And then
Just that amount, because it was accumulated was like 600,000 at that point. And so spent down at that time with cemeteries and what?
well, it was put on that ballot. So let me see if I'm reading this correctly. And I just skimmed it because I literally got it like half an hour before the meeting. Remaining balance as of fiscal year 2021, 223,665, and then on the ballot, which approved for the VHF ID simulcast repeater for 200,000.
And that was for the police department?
Yep.
Oh, and what was the previous things purchased?
Previous year was ambulance and cemeteries.
Okay, so how much for the cemeteries?
96 something, 90.
96 and the
99.
ambulance was a couple hundred or what?
Ambulance was 227,000.
So that's like 300,000 there.
Yeah, a little over 300,000, like almost 320. And
Yeah.
then 200,000 the following year on the simulcast repeater.
Right.
She may, I haven't even gone to the bottom, so you may have totaled it all. I don't go to the end yet. So fiscal 22, another 336,665 collected. Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Maybe these numbers are available. I mean,
Yeah.
Jeff,
Let me forward this to- let me see
No,
if
but
it's-
the facts we're bringing in roughly that
it's
amount.
important to see what was purchased.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, but just so you know, Gail's hand is up in case it gets help.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
All right. So go ahead, Gail.
Gail?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize that I'm not there. I actually have the flu, so my voice is probably going to go up and down. So Jeff, specifically, what is your question? I have it broke down by fiscal year. I also have it broken down by what was purchased with each year. And I believe your question, either your question or somebody else's question at information night was, do we draw it down every year? And we don't draw it down. And when we estimate the next fiscal year, we do it very conservatively because not ever knowing what we're going to receive for revenue. So if you want to shoot and let me know what your questions are, I have all the paperwork in front of me.
All right, great. So my first question is, so what is the average amount that we've been collecting? I know 220 was down to 260, and the first year for some reason was only 180. Why was the first year only 180 and not higher?
The first year only included 2 full quarters and a partial of another quarter. It was only $162. So that's why the first quarter we started mid-year.
Right. Okay. So that explains why that you were so. So the average in a regular year, you know, not a pandemic year, what do you think the amount is? What is the amount then?
Anywhere from 250 to 300,000 if you were to average it out.
Okay. And can you just go? So I guess we went over that. Ambulance was purchased, cemetery. Can you go over the amounts that were voted for the use of the money?
Certainly.
How much was spent on each item?
Sure. So as Kim was stating, nothing in 2018 or 2019. And in 2020, there was an ambulance for 227,000. There were the cemeteries that totaled 99,650. And then in 21, there was the VHF simulcast repeater, which was 200,000.
And wasn't something, weren't something was voted down that year, right? Like meters?
Parking meters.
Which
Yes.
was like 200,000 or something, right?
160, I believe the parking meters were.
60, right.
Yeah, the parking meters were 160 and they got voted down. And then moving on to 2022, cemeteries again, that totaled 111,600. The VHF radio system, which was 62,000. And then the last item was to fund a climate action reserve, which is 60,000. And then in 2023, cemeteries again that totaled 119,700 and an ambulance for 200,000.
Last year there was another ambulance purchased, and now they want to buy another ambulance as well this year. In this budget year, or this at this next election, or
Can I?
Right. So the 3 ambulances total are being purchased. Could possibly have been purchased with that money.
Can I?
2 have been purchased so far.
Can I interrupt you a second, Jeff?
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate this waltz down memory lane about what we've used it for, but I guess I'm not quite understanding your perspective on the local option tax that's being proposed. I mean,
it's not the local option tax.
It is a local. It is a 1% local option tax on all sales that's being proposed.
Right.
And I'm not understanding how this waltz down memory lane.
Well, I think it's important that people, the public, know what was purchased in the past and how much was collected in the past.
But the monies that we
the advantage of collecting those taxes, those revenues.
The monies that we got in the past, though, would not be reflective of the monies that we get in the future because we would be taxing all sales.
Right. So in the future, it's expected to be 650,000, right? On the 1% is proposed.
Yeah, we've seen 650.
That's on top of the 350 or 300, right? The local option tax. Is that 300 plus 600?
I think the sales tax alone was estimated to bring in something around 600.
Right, just the sales tax,
yeah,
right?
And then there would be the other monies collected on the other items subject to the tax.
Is that right, Gail?
I have not been involved in the conversations regarding this particular tax for the charter, so I can't comment on that. I'm sorry.
I don't know, where did you get that number of 600?
That came from the Charter Commission's calculations.
FX.
So So anyway, so that's a separate amount of money, $600,000. The school has proposed a $20 million bond with $9 million in interest, making it $30 million over 20 years. They came up with this long list of items that they need done there, and a lot of them is just small potatoes kind of stuff. Some of it's more expensive, like the roofs, which, the roof at DES is 900,000.
That's a school.
So this money, the
I
600,000.
think he's linking it.
The 600,000 could be used to pay down the interest, in 10 years, you have $6 million that could go towards the school. I would like to see this money collected and go towards the repairs of the schools, which, you can see they've been backing up for years. And now they've got $20 million worth of stuff that they want to do. And this money would be so helpful. And like the local option tax didn't seem to hurt the businesses, and 1% is not going to affect people of low income because it doesn't tax food. It only taxes clothes over $100.
It doesn't even do that anymore.
It doesn't. There's nothing collected on clothes.
Non-clothing. There was a period where there was a luxury over a certain amount of time.
So it doesn't tax some of the basic things. So there's not many businesses that are going to be affected by this tax. I think we should take advantage of it, because it can really, if it's used properly and used by the school system, we wouldn't be paying a $20 million bond down and having our taxes go up by $2,500 in 1 year. So I'm really all for this tax. I don't really think it's going to hurt. Just like the local option tax on the restaurants and hotels didn't affect me. I don't think 1% tax is going to affect me or many other people. Or I think we have a strong economy in White River, and I don't see it hurting any of the businesses that exist now.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for all your work. I'm Tim Ferriel. I'm from White River Junction, proudly so. And I just had a couple of questions. First, I want to start off. So you guys have a lot of ground to cover tonight with the charter, because there are other components in the charter. Yep. So I was just going to suggest perhaps procedurally, because I actually have opinions on 3 of the kind of key components that you're considering. And like procedurally how we will do that, whether it might be more effective to kind of walk through your changes, and then when you do hit local option tax or other things that people want to speak to, that we could structure it that way. Just a thought around that. But anyway, I'll kind of touch
You're
on
welcome to hit up all 3 points.
I'll stay all night, no problem. So the other thought I had is just, I'm not sure, obviously you guys want new revenue sources to run the town. I get that. I will say that the cannabis argument for me is a weak argument, because I feel like the state of Vermont is continuing to sort out and figure out what to do with cannabis in the state of Vermont. And from my perspective, it should be treated similar to alcohol or cigarettes or any other commodity, that if they feel like it should be designated out and it could be taxed independently, then they could. So I don't know whether the ultimate rationale for going after this broader tax started with cannabis, but that's one thought around that we could wait and let Montpelier figure that out more sensibly. The other thought I had is anyway, I'll read this piece that I have related to this local option tax, and we'll go from there. So I did a little math, and I do think that when we present an initiative of this magnitude and this impact to the town, that we should do more homework. We should be, number one, the sales tax is known in the state of Vermont, because all the things that are taxed currently in the town of Hartford are known by the state. So we should be able to get our head around that number very quickly. The state of Vermont can provide us a very accurate number right now of what's collected in sales taxes in Hartford. So if you then applied obviously that 1%, you would know that figure. So I feel like if we looked at Brattleboro and some of the other perhaps comparable peer towns, we could very easily kind of get our head around what this could look like, should look like, and how perhaps they're also spending that money. So I just feel like in the future, when we have something this big that we want citizens to consider, doing a little more homework and research on knowing the facts and figures, and perhaps knowing what our peers do and having a little sense of that. If 70% of 1% would provide Hartford $1 million, this suggests sales of 142 million of something being taxed. Seems like a lot of administrative, unpredictable headache for this gain for our town. My reluctance to embrace this is philosophical. If Hartford needs 1 million to run town affairs, then it should make the town taxpayers pay for it, or a local user fee like our enterprise funds. I believe Hunter, our former town manager, once indicated that for every $1 million you increase your expenses for town, it impacted the tax rate 1 penny. To me, with our large grand list, we can absorb that burden locally and should. We have far greater problems with this detachment of expense and impact on the school side because of the funding formulas and equalization train wreck Montpelier has created. In a nutshell, to further detach anything is from the origin of revenue, who benefits and who pays, it becomes less and less effective in delivering value to all involved, and you lose control over your own operations. Why should the state get 30% of this just to administer it? More on this later. This local option tax applied to all sales does not seem reasonable or logical to me for our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any comment in the room before we go to Zoom? Paul?
Excuse me, I've got comments on several of the items. Colin Butler. First, I want to register just a concern with the process that was used to get to these charter change proposals. Started over a year, 2 years ago, I guess now, with a charter committee that completed its work last November. You set aside the results of that work for understandable reasons, and I'm not going to criticize for that. But a year later, all of a sudden, we're facing proposed charter changes when there isn't even enough time to do the kind of homework that a couple of other people have been asking about on what the impact of the 1% sales tax might be. Kim posted a message to Facebook this afternoon that projected new revenue of maybe 600,000 to $1 million. FX Flynn is talking about $500,000 or $600,000 in notes on the charter change document. Mike, you've mentioned $600,000. Somebody else also mentioned $1 million. It's really unclear what the benefit of instituting an across the board 1% sales tax is going to be. And this is the only meeting where the public can stand up and ask questions, make comments, and have you respond to those by changing what the proposal is that we see on voting day. You've scheduled it so the next public hearing is past the point of no return, so nothing that's accomplished in that meeting can impact what the voters will be presented with because of deadlines that have to be met. And that's really unfortunate. All of this could have happened 2 or 3 months ago or 6 months ago, and we would have had all sorts of time to absorb this, to spend time doing the research to find out if we really believe that this tax is the best thing for Hartford, or whether there are some unknown issues with it that
would encourage us not to support it. There just isn't enough information, and there isn't enough time to gather that information to really come to a scientific answer. I appreciate the town is looking for revenue sources. That's just what it is everywhere in government these days. But do we really know what the impact of the 1% tax is going to be on town businesses? And who do you think is going to pay the 1%? Some of it will be paid by people from out of town, but I would think a lot of it is going to be paid by people in town. And I guess I would disagree with Mr. Arnold about the 1% not impacting low income people. When you have work done on your car, don't you pay a sales tax on the parts that are put into that car? I think so. So that tax is now going to be 7% instead of 6%. So and if the revenue generated is $1 million, that suggests you're taking something like $1 million, or a good fraction of $1 million being from Hartford citizens, out of their pockets to fund additional government, or to backfill where you're losing revenues elsewhere, or to provide some property tax relief, maybe. When a landlord does repairs on a building, he's paying sales tax on the materials that go into that building. Well, that's going to show up in the rate of rent that people pay. So it is going to have an impact on lower earning people in town, not just wealthy people who sit on Amazon and order expensive gadgets all day long. So I think I'd be really careful about understanding the impact that this is going to have on everybody. What started out as a way to grab some tax money on cannabis sales has turned into a free-for-all, generate additional revenue from the town across the board. And there isn't enough information available to really know whether that's a good idea or not. Moving on to regulating rentals, you asked for everything at once.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
Do we have a board follow-up to this at all, or
to what, Mike?
to what's being
Yeah.
said?
Take your notes. We have a whole-
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Sorry.
There's a comments were made by you, I think, in the informational meeting. I think I've seen some of it online in listserv form, probably from FX Flynn, that the town has the right to regulate rentals to some degree inherent in state statute now, and doesn't need to put anything in the charter in order to institute some sort of rental regulation. That said, you haven't told us what you're thinking about in terms of regulation. Is it going to be the relocation expense? Is it going to be rent control? Is it going to be no fault eviction? What are you thinking about, and what's the impact going to be again on people who live in Hartford? Landlords are going to want more money in order to comply with the regulations that you impose. More money in terms of rent. The town is going to have to pay for the administration of regulation, perhaps hiring staff. If you've got any staff working for the town that has enough time to administer rental regulations, then they should be laid off right now, because we don't need them. You're going to hire people, you're going to spend money, and what's the return?
Do you mind if I answer that, Colin?
No, go
Or
ahead.
respond to it, just because I know that this has come up quite a bit. I feel almost like a broken record now, but a couple things just to keep in mind. At the end of the day, the town can do what the state allows us to, right? So we have authority to the extent the state allows us to exercise that authority. So we have specific powers from the state to regulate short-term rentals, right? Airbnb, that's a specific power that we have. So we do have some amount of power. Some towns do a rental registry. Some towns regulate Airbnbs. We also have our authority to zone to encourage different types of housing. But our authority is limited, right? We can't override state statute.
Can you just clarify, does the town currently have the authority to establish a rental registry under the current state statutes, or would that?
That's not a specific one under the state statute, but that is something that other towns have done. So it may be, certainly if we had an ordinance like that, we would need to get a legal opinion on it.
Still need to.
But the main point, I think, is that we can't enlarge our powers to overrule what the state has done. The state has landlord tenant statutes. They've been in place since 1985. I used to deal with these when I worked for the legislature. Like, they never get changed. That represented a bargain between the landlords and the tenants, right? And they don't change it. So if you get an eviction notice, it says you got 20 days to respond, right? We can't change that to 40 days. We simply don't have the power. That's set in state statute. We can't go into the individual terms of leases between landlords and tenants, because that's a contract, and change the terms of the relocation expenses, things like that, unless the state granted authority, or if the state changed the statewide landlord tenant laws, right? So basically what we have here, regulating rental housing, and I would recommend we clarify this by changing it to say regulating rental housing within the town to the extent permitted by state law. It acknowledges that the state does give us some power to regulate rental housing, but certainly not power to overrule what the state tells us. The reason we put this in is that if you look at the section, it's a section of particular powers to the town. It says we can have a police department, we can set up a fire department, right? So when we were deliberating this in the original proposal that came to us, we basically said, why don't we just list that we have some authority to regulate rental housing? We can't change the state statutes. We can't have powers that the state does not give us. So practically what this means essentially is we could regulate short-term rentals, like do an Airbnb registry or something like that if we felt like it. But there's not a whole lot else. We can use our zoning powers to sort of, state of preference for where housing is. But at the end of the day, all right, so if this provision is in or this provision is out, we still have some authority to regulate rentals, right? The fact that it's in, I think, is for purposes of transparency. Also for purposes, if we did like an Airbnb registry, if someone said, where do you get the authority, we can point to that. And I think the board will make a decision tonight. Do we want to clarify this to make perfectly clear that our powers do not exceed those that are granted to us by the state? So I know that's come up quite a bit. So those are my 2 cents on it, I guess.
So are we having board discussion?
Additional comment too, so we should wait.
Are we having board discussion or are we not?
I think we want to hear from everyone. I'm sorry, I just wanted to sort of, that is a question likely to come up for the rest of the hearing, I think. And so I just felt like it would be good to explain it at this point. After we hear from everyone who wants to, we can discuss, what do we want to leave this in? Do we want to amend it some way? And I think that is true with, all the changes that have been proposed. Sorry, Colin, for the digression.
No, that's quite all right. And it helps to formulate my thinking or to further my thinking. I guess my reaction to what you've said is kind of the same as the 1%. It's that you don't have enough information to really understand what the implications are going to be of making this change to the charter. It doesn't look like it really gives us any extreme powers that some people might think are going to be available to the town. And so what's the point of doing it? If we're basing our behavior on state statute right now, and state statute backs up what we do, say with an Airbnb registry, we don't need to put anything in the charter that says, go look at state statute. It's there. We don't tell people to go look at state statute for a lot of, or repeat it in local ordinance or wherever. It's in state statute, and rely on state statute for how we behave. I just don't get putting a bunch of stuff in the charter that's not well cooked, that's not well thought out, that is not well backed up by facts and statistics and really, really informs us as to what the benefits or the costs might be for making the change. So that's really my criticism of both major issues, the rental regulations and the 1% sales tax. Just a couple of housekeeping things. You're proposing a change to the town school committee that organizes our year-end meetings.
Yep.
And essentially, you're knocking off the person on that committee who is appointed by the town clerk.
Correct.
And that makes all the sense in the world, because the town clerk is now an employee of the select board and not an elected position any longer. But that puts you in, I think, in a difficult position in that you're gonna reduce a 5-person committee to a 4-person committee, 2 folks appointed by you and 2 by the school board, and nobody there to break ties. The school board and the select board may have divergent views on an issue about how to run annual meeting or the informational meetings proceeding. And now you're gonna have a 4-person board. 2 people are gonna vote one way and 2 people in the other. And what, you know, I'm just
yeah, I know.
speculating on what might happen. And it just seems really unattractive to have a even numbered committee. And on top of that, there's a little bit of a housekeeping correction. You've changed the language of that part of the charter to eliminate that 5th position. But you then go on to say that the select board appoints 2, the school board appoints 2, or can remove folks. But it also mentions a person. It still is there in the language. A person can remove people on that board. So that's a little bit of wordsmithing that got missed when you were making your changes to the proposed change to the charter.
Yeah, we can identify that and certainly make any clerical changes. I just don't.
And the last thing is another housekeeping issue, and that is your definition of a select board quorum. It's perfectly fine, just the way it stood in the charter that we're operating under. And the changes you're proposing make it less clear. It's unwieldy language and accomplishes exactly the same thing. You're gonna have the same number of people being a majority, whether you use the old language or the new language. So unless I miss something, there's no purpose in having that change. Thanks.
So you would just recommend that we did not make a change to that section?
Correct.
What it sounds like. Okay, thanks.
Do you know the intent of that, though? It was so that there, at no point would any version of the body that was less than a full quorum could make a decision. Right, so the goal was, there's only 4 members in the room, we're a quorum, but if it's 3 against 4, or 3 to 4, then 3 members is not a full quorum of the board, so it would mean like, do you get that intent of why?
We do have the co-chair with his hand up on Zoom, who I imagine will address some of these issues as well.
You know, maybe there's a logical explanation for it. Maybe if there's a lawyer around, he can explain what the benefit is to the new language as opposed to the old. But it's not clear to me. You're still, under the existing charter, you're going to have a situation where 4 select board members can conduct a meeting. Because 4 is greater than half the size of the select board. And of the 4, in order to get a majority, you'd have to have a vote of 3.
Right, which is not the majority of the board.
Which is a majority of the 4 that are in attendance. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't have a strong opinion about this. I just like want to make sure that you understand the.
I don't know. It's just illogical that we're making a change that makes it harder to read what you're trying to accomplish. I don't think you're gaining anything by doing it. Somebody needs to inform me. Again, if we had more time to get more information about what these changes imply, it would be nice.
We do have
We've got tonight.
co-chairs on. Zoom, who I think will.
And
speak
one
to
in the
this.
room also.
And one in the room, so I didn't see that.
One last thought on that. Sitting on the planning commission, there are times when our vote has to be a majority of the entire planning commission body. So a majority of 7.
That's why I think the goal was.
And I don't know if there's anything that applies the same way to the select board or not. I've just never paid attention to that. But there may be something in state statute that says, or maybe, for bonding authority or something, you may have to have a vote of the entire body, the majority of the entire body, regardless of who's available to vote. So your votes may fail because you don't have people available to vote. I'm not sure if it applies to the select board or not, like it does to a planning commission.
Thank you. Mary Kay's up, and then Lynn, if you want to come up after,
Okay.
feel free.
Mary Kay Brown, White River Junction. I just wanted to speak for a minute on the regulating rental housing phrase. I've been a renter in town. I'm a homeowner, and I'm a small landlord of one property. And as most people know, landlord tenant regulations are heavily regulated at the state level. Vermont's already known as being tenant friendly. A decent landlord obeys all those state laws. A rogue landlord doesn't obey state laws, and they're not going to follow any new laws that you or anybody else impose on them. The only thing I didn't object to early on in this whole process was the just cause ordinance, because I don't personally think it's right that you should go to kick somebody out in the middle of the winter or a lease just because. You're not even talking about that anymore.
Right.
In my opinion, the rest of it is not needed, it's not necessary, and it's not going to help any aspect of our current housing challenges. And as you just went through, Mike, if you already have the power to regulate Airbnbs at the state level, why does that need to be stated in the charter? If you can't override state laws, why does there need to be anything in our charter? And if you can't change the lease terms that I might have with my tenant, then again, why is this even in the charter? I just think it's a waste of language. I think we've always a lot of time talking about something that shouldn't be in there because it already is so heavily regulated at the state level. As far as any regulations that might be imposed in the future, I gotta say, I had a good laugh listening to Hanover in the past year or so when they instituted the rental board or whatever. All rental properties were going to be inspected, and one of the town officials in Hanover said, well, he fully expected that the cost to the landlord to pay this $150 every year or whatever to be registered. He was pretty sure that would not be passed on to tenants. I was like, what business land does he live in? Because it's something else's issue, whether it's the 1% tax or whether it's future fees that are going to impact landlords, that is getting passed on to the people that live and work and shop here.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Lynn, did you want to come up?
Lynn Bohai-Wilder, one of the co-chairs of the Charter Commission. It's the quorum. Okay, so you got 4 people in a meeting. 2 vote yes, 1 votes no, and 1 abstains. You just passed it with 2 people. That's why we said it has to be 3. That was it.
Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, no, I think that is a succinct summary of what was proposed. We have someone, Dennis, we got someone been waiting, I think a little bit just back there, if we can let him go, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about the sales tax. In case you don't know me, I've been in business here in this town since 1971. And I've operated 25,000 gifts. I was born and brought up in this business. And since 1980, I have been operating the Quechua Gorge Gifts and rent out the snack bar. That's who I am. So I don't know if it's good or not, but I'm probably one of the oldest retailers here in town at this time.
Great, yeah.
And one of the things, Kim, I've read your letter.
Can you state your name just for people in the room who don't know? I do know who you are, but for.
Yeah, if you could just say your name, that would be great.
Yeah, I've read your letter that you put out.
Kip.
And I'd like you to clarify.
Kip, can you just say your name, please?
Oh, Kip Miller.
All right, thank you, Kip. Go ahead.
That's Richard Kip.
Richard Kip Miller. All right, thank you.
If you would clarify me, what comes under the broad terms of retail? That covers a lot of merchandise in different categories. It's my hope that you might copy what the state taxes and what they do not. They do not tax clothing. They do not tax medical supplies.
Correct.
And they also do not tax food items. Now, prepared food comes under the room and meals tax, but grocery items are not taxed. In my store, half my sales come from clothing. Probably another third comes from food items. A lot of that is native food going to local farmers. Maple products, maple candy, and things like that are not taxed by the state, and they shouldn't be taxed by you. And the other thing is it affects the sales. I'm at the point where I'll be selling my business. I sold 25,000 gifts. And in the 4 years I had it up for sale, I had no offers from retail whatsoever. It finally went to a nonprofit to listen, because at this time, nobody wanted to compete with New Hampshire. And if you add another 1%, that makes it 7% for some items. It would really be deterrent to sell another business and get somebody in here. So there is that to think about. So I was just wondering, Kim, is it your intent not to tax food items?
We couldn't. And
Yes, go ahead, Kim.
I actually included a link to the state's taxable and tax exempt items in that letter. There's links in there, including a link to the breakdown by town of taxable revenues, sales by tax, but also includes, so no, the town, not only would we not, but we could not tax the 1% on anything that isn't already taxable by 6%. So you're correct. We would not charge tax for the 1% tax for grocery food, non-prepared food. We wouldn't charge it on over-the-counter medications, on medical supplies. There's a couple other categories too.
Okay. I understand you're looking at the need, but there's it is my hope that it doesn't come through.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Do you want to go to Zoom? Oh, sorry, yeah, Dennis. Sorry about that. Come back up.
Dennis Brown of Hartford. Yeah, it's interesting listening to Mr. Miller there. I think I'm right in this. I think he went to school in this building.
Oh, fantastic.
Elementary school. So yes, he's been around for a while. Mr. Arnold mentioned about the tourists will pay for this sales tax, and I would argue strongly that it will be paid, and the burden of that will fall on us residents. And the rooms and meals, I think, although I had concerns about it, I think that is largely paid by tourists, but I'm not so sure this one would be. Yeah, and we've talked about the vehicle tax. Yes, it wouldn't cover vehicles at this time, but like with the original lot that was only on rooms and meals, this is sales tax, and at current, it doesn't cover tax on vehicles, but somebody, some bright mind in the state or other places may come up with a plan to, well, we're gonna include that and make some more revenue. So this could all lead to that as well, I think. When I served on the first or second charter commission, we looked at our first attempts at this didn't go very well. We had attorneys look at it and they knocked out a whole bunch of stuff. And one thing that we tried to do then was not to have redundancy of what was in the state law, because our original charter attempts had all kinds of wording that the state already had, and so it was just redundant. So it's just puzzling to me why we put in the rental housing thing in there in our charter when it's in the state and we're not changing it, we just put it in there. But if it's in there, I just have to believe that that could lead to some kind of regulatory thing later that we may or may not want. So I just don't know why we would go redundant on things in the charter. I just am saying, my good friend and one of our former town managers, Leo Puller, often said that let's not rush to failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Tim, and I know FX has been waiting quite a while, so we should get over there.
There's a couple.
And a couple other ones, yeah.
I just have two components. I'll try and be quick. On page 5 of the document just handed out tonight pertaining to the charter and the changes, there's a kind of a component here that I'll read it. It says, shall hold no other elected town, school district, or statutorily incompatible office with the exception of town moderator, who may be both a town and school district moderator. And my question pertaining to that is further down, which you identify, the people who are elected in town.
Can you say the number, Tim?
I'm sorry, it's page 5, but it doesn't, the numbering here, I have to.
202 B.
202, yeah.
202
Number
section
Are you
B.
finding it?
Yeah.
So there's an indication here, one of the listed components is 5 school board members elected in accordance with state statute. So I was on the school board, very familiar with the overlays around school boards. Are you suggesting that this restriction, if you will, it pertains to them?
No, it's D, subsection D says qualifications for serving in elected town office. I think that's the underscored word to make that clear.
Okay, so that it's a little, again, having it sit under that, having the school board under that, I think perhaps could generate some confusion.
But the school
I
board
think
is under F, so it's a different category.
I have it as item 2. The lettering and numbering here is a little wonky. For
Number
me,
2 under letter F, not under letter D.
Correct. Okay, so you're saying it doesn't, I'm with you then. You're saying it.
Yeah, so E says the elected officers of the town shall be, and then F says the elected officers of the school district shall be.
Okay.
So it's, when you normally look at this statutorily, like in the green books, like there's gonna be indentations with the start of new
Yeah.
subsections. So it's easier to sort of read. The thing is, here, they're all up against the side, so
That's fair.
you gotta parse it out a little.
So this is just saying the member of the select board can't also serve as a member of the school board.
Yeah, and I will say, like, on the school board, I honestly think that language is quite good in terms of these conflicts. And I think it would, the school board might benefit by, if they don't have that language, pertaining to them, then I think they should, but that's kind of a separate matter. I just wanted to reflect a little bit back on this landlord-tenant situation. I ran 16 apartments in White River Junction for about 4.5 years. I lived in Amherst, Mass, which is a college town that had a very interesting and I think very positive landlord-tenant guide book that was very clear and very positive in that relationship. In the management of the apartments that I had in downtown White River, some of them were Section 8 and subject to more strict state regulation. And I think in general, the state has good intentions. I think what happens though is that town by town, it's kind of executed very differently. And it kind of depends on, number one, whether there's staffing regulating that. And so I think what we should be reflecting on is sort of what are the issues and what are the concerns? And I think there are some. I think I'm not pro landlord or pro tenant. I think it's a matter of like having relationship work. And I think there are problems around that realm. I think the state of Vermont has many, many regulations that they don't enforce or follow up on. I had challenges many, many times and tried to reach out to the state for support and didn't get any. So I think that as a town, every town can execute this differently, but I think we should just ultimately kind of reach back to what are our goals. If we do identify problems in the landlord tenant universe in our town, then we should get on top of those and work with the state and hopefully correct them. And whether the clause is in the charter or not, I personally don't care, but I think it's more important to be really thinking about what's going on in that landlord and tenant universe, and if there's any concerns that we should kind of work on them as a town. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. I'll go to Zoom.
Should I go with FX?
Sure.
Go ahead, FX.
Okay, thank you. Is there any way I can speak with my video on?
I think so. I could make you a panelist. Hold on. You'll have to rejoin as a panelist.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right, well, forgive the EC Fiber background. That's what I use when I chair the EC Fiber board meetings. Didn't have an opportunity to switch it. So I guess I want to begin by saying that a lot of the comments that I have to make tonight go toward the philosophy of town governance. And we are operating under a town meeting form of government as opposed to a city council form of government. Those are really the two choices that local municipal governments have in the United States and in Vermont. We have always been a town meeting town. And when we instituted our charter back in 2010, we began to modernize our town meeting. That modernization effort has been through a few different changes, and the charge to the committee that I served on in 2022, I served as the co-chair, dealt with a number of aspects of governance as a theoretically town meeting form of government. We were not charged with coming up with a charter that would turn us into a city council form of government. We could have been, but we were not. We were asked to look at petition language. Petition language is particularly important in town meeting. We were asked to look at the duties of the town manager. We were asked to clean up the elected officials section. We did that. The charter that you are proposing right now incorporated all of that. So we can strike that off the list as mission accomplished. We're putting it before the voters. We expect that they will approve that, and that'll be a benefit for us. We were asked to clean up the section on commissions and committees. We were asked to clean up the section regarding the clerk. We did that. That's in what you have proposed. We can cross that off the list. We were asked to look at a recall vote process. The committee unanimously decided that recall of elected officials was not something that the town needed. Nobody has called for it. Nobody's called for it in this meeting. Nobody's called for it in any of the discussions we've had. We can cross that off the list. We were asked to clarify board member absence. We were asked to clarify quorum language. Lynn just did a terrific job of explaining why we were asked to clean up the board, why we were asked to clean up the quorum language, how we did it, and why the language that is being proposed is valuable. We can strike that off the list. We were asked to clean up internal conflicts. We did that. We were asked to make the charter agree with state's open meeting law. We did that. We were asked to clarify floor meeting and Australian ballot topics, that being a way of saying, get us back to more of a feel of town meeting. We did that. We were asked to clarify the budget revote process. We did that. Now, notice that I've been saying we did that, we did that, we did that, but I haven't been saying we can strike it off the list. Why haven't I been saying we can strike it off the list? It's because all of the work that we did to answer all those questions has been removed from the charter that's being presented. We were asked to clarify the tied election process. That's been removed. So that as a start to what I want to talk about, you know, for me, if we want the town of Hartford to truly be a modernized town meeting form of government, we need to respect the concept behind town meeting form of government, but at the same time, respect the needs of citizens living in the modern world. So to me, the number one item that I am truly bothered about is that the select board struck from the charter proposal the language in section 201 for B, which provided for what happens when a town or school budget is defeated. Back in town meeting day, there would be a motion to approve a budget that would then be taken up by the meeting. And people at the meeting would be empowered to offer amendments to that budget. And those amendments would be voted on, yes or no. And there would be a new form of a final resolution. And sometimes it would take an hour and a half to work through all of the proposed budget amendments. And people would get up and talk about them. And finally, the time would come when there was a final motion to be voted on. And then everybody who was in the room would have an opportunity to vote, right? So if you were not in the room, if you got up and left because the meeting that had started at 10 o'clock and you could only stay for an hour, it took an hour and a half to get to the point where the final resolution was ready and you had to leave, you didn't get to vote on it. So we switched voting on the budget to everybody gets to vote on the budget on voting day, right? But now what happens when a budget gets defeated? So what happens right now if a budget gets defeated is that the select board or the school board goes back and they sit down and they come up with a new budget resolution. It might even be exactly the same as the original one. It might be more than the original one, theoretically. In reality, it's usually going to be a little less. But is it enough less? And what's their justification for cutting? What are they cutting? Right? All of that just gets decided by who? By 4 people on the select board or by 3 people on the school board. So the committee on the charter sat down and we worked through this and we thought hard about this. And we came up with the following system. There would be a public meeting to develop a budget proposal. And if there were enough people at that meeting, then that would automatically become the proposal. And if there were not very many people at that meeting, then it would be in the hands of the select board or the school board. So in other words, now under this system, if a budget were defeated, there would be a public meeting. And if there were enough people there, their decision about the budget would be the question that would be put before the voters by secret ballot. Their decision, the decision of the town meeting, the decision of the people. Philosophically, that is much more in line with town meeting. What we have right now, if you approve this budget, is city council. And if we're going to be a city council form of government, then we should go for it. We should go completely for city council. We should have city councilors who are paid a wage so that their full-time job is being a city council member, so that they really deeply understand everything that's going on in the town, so that they are professional government people. And so that there is a mayor who is accountable and who is the one who gets the phone calls from the public. Right? So you see what I'm saying? That philosophically, this is a fairly big deal. I believe that the select board should vote to offer this language as an alternative that the town can debate during the course of the next 6.5, 7 weeks, discuss, learn more about civics, and make a decision about. Okay. The next item I want to talk about is related, highly related to this philosophical discussion about what are we? Are we a city council form of government and we should have a mayor and we should actually be like, the city, Three Rivers City, Vermont, or are we going to be town meeting? And that is the whole section that has been taken out under the title Powers Vested in Town Meeting, Petitions and Initiatives. So this section was designed by the Charter Commission to empower the citizens of the town of Hartford to be able to bring actionable items to a vote. Now, how does that relate to town meeting? The way it relates to town meeting is back during the days of traditional town meeting where people were all in a room together. People could actually bring actionable motions to the floor and get them voted on that would have actual effect. How can that happen today? Well, that under state law, that can happen today with various different positions, depending on the type of thing. You either need to have a petition that is that has been signed by either 10% of the people on the checklist or 5% of the people on the checklist. As you go through state law, there's about a dozen different provisions. Some say 10%, some say 5%. For example, if you want a petition for the town to take out a bond to do something, you need 10%. If you want to offer up charter changes, you need 5%. The problem in Hartford is that because we have a fairly large population of people who come and live here for 2 or 3 years and then move away because of the influence of Dartmouth, we always have an overhang on our voter checklist of about 1,000 to 3,000 people. So 10% of our checklist is 900. That basically disenfranchises the minority in the town of Hartford. There is no way that a minority petition to do something of significance in the town of Hartford will ever be seen. You know, we know that typically in this town, 2,000, 2,500, that's about the max in local elections. Even when we have 4,000 people voting because it's a presidential primary, there are 1,500, 1,000 blank ballots for local offices and local questions. Why? Because there are a lot of people who they're simply not voting at the local level. We also know that most of the voters who vote locally are people who are homeowners in town. That's the reality. So if you have a local government that you call town meeting and you impose a requirement where a petition needs to be signed by essentially the number of people who would carry the vote to begin with, you automatically are disenfranchising the minority. Okay? However, think back, town meeting. People could bring up motions in town meeting just by standing up and saying, I move. All right? Now, we dealt with this issue. And we came up with, I think, a fairly comprehensive, sophisticated, interesting, and easily understandable route that would encourage citizen participation in this town and would go a long way toward making us a modern town meeting form of government. So I was very disappointed to see that taken out.
So there are particular sections you'd like us to consider putting back in, because we deliberated on this and we discussed these issues at our meetings prior, and we decided that we did not want to include them in our proposals. So if you were asking us to revisit them now, you know, that would be helpful for us to know what it is you're asking so that we can consider it.
Well, and then specifically, Mr. Chairman, I would urge you to offer Section 123A 202, powers vested in the town, petitions, powers vested in town meeting, petitions and initiatives in whole to be offered to the town as a separate item to be voted on.
Okay. Anything, is that the one you're most passionate about seeing us consider?
Oh, no. That's, no. That's just number 2 of 6.
We're talking FX.
Okay, can you list them to us, because we have people waiting on Zoom. You know, everyone's stuck to kind of a timeline. You're asking us basically to adopt the proposal that we reviewed and changed. So I mean, I think we'll need something compelling, you know, and I also think, you know, if you can list the sections, that would be helpful. I mean, I you know, I don't know what to tell you at this point.
Well, it's a public hearing.
It is a public hearing, subject to reasonable limits on speaking time.
Pardon me?
It's subject to limits on individual speaking. Usually we cap it at 5 minutes. But
I don't actually think that that's true, but be that as it may, you know, I would encourage you to put that up as a separate item. I would encourage you to put up as a separate item the first item that I discussed, which was the
defeat of budget.
I think on voting day 4B on the on what happens when the budget gets defeated. Put that up as a separate item. And if you don't, if you'd like to go on and take comments from someone else and come back to me later, that's fine. If you want me to continue, I'll continue.
I think we'd appreciate it if you could list all the items you'd like us to put back in, so we can complete that and then hear from whoever's left on Zoom. So we can.
Oh, well, I would like to speak and explain why I make every suggestion that I make, and I believe that in the context of a public hearing, that is my right.
Mr. Chair, may I make
a comment? Yep, Rocket, and then FX. Floor is yours. So we just let you take it until you're done, and then we'll hear from the other people who've been waiting patiently on Zoom and in the room.
Well, you know,
FX.
Rocket, Rocket, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just brief comment. You know, FX, I fully support your right as a citizen to comments on this in the public hearing. I just would encourage you to, you know, I think for myself as a select board member, it is a little frustrating to hear all of this from you specifically at this point, specifically, because you were obviously intimately involved in the process being on the charter committee, and you know that this has come up several times in the select board process. So for you specifically to bring up this level of these issues with this level of depth at this point is a little frustrating to hear. And I would also encourage you to have the respect and perspective to understand that there are, you know, 30 some plus people on this meeting who are hearing you make your point, but also give history lessons. And I think I would ask you to be judicious about understanding what is relevant to the point that you're trying to make and what is extraneous context that might have been better delivered at another point. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rocket. I appreciate that. And I can only say in response that I probably wrote about 20,000 words explaining all this that was distributed to members of the select board throughout the entire process. You know, I'm so sorry that I was not able to attend in December. I had to chair the, you know, EC Fiber meeting. I had no expectation that the work that we had done was going to be so gutted. And frankly, when I realized that it had been, it was difficult for me to process. I
understand that. And I do want to say, you know, I understand schedule conflicts, and so I want to just make sure I offer you that empathy. I do also want to note that 20,000 words, the size of a small book. And it's not to say that that's not valuable information, right? you understand, as you're describing the process of this government, that select board members are not full-time city councilors, as you've said.
Yeah,
There has got
that's
to
why
be,
yes,
there has,
exactly.
there must
My
be
point.
an effective way. There must be an effective way to communicate your point, because truthfully, the volume of information that you give us makes it difficult to digest and therefore
guys,
difficult.
guys.
Well,
Look, guys.
Okay, wait. I want to
No,
respond to that.
FX, I'm the chair, hold on.
Because
Hold on a
all
second,
during
we're
that
gonna have a plan
process,
going forward for this, all right? I think we've been here 2.5 hours. I suggest that we all think about taking a break and coming back after we've had a moment just to use the bathroom, relax, gather our wits about us, and then we'll finish this up. If your intention as a public speaker is to keep us here all night because we changed the charter provisions that you obviously care about a lot, you know, that's kind of up to you, but I would wish you could make the point succinctly and let the rest of us get on with our meeting and the staff that are here
Make sure you
still
take care
need
of
to
that.
present. So thank you. We're taking a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We were still in the middle of the public hearing. I think we left off with FX. I've asked FX to list his recommendations of any changes he'd like to see us make. So I will turn it back over to you, FX.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that. And I've had an opportunity to change my background.
Okay.
And I will also try and just briefly list and not get into all the details. I realize that everybody is starting to get tired, and this is I'm being a pain in the neck at this point. Okay, so so the section on town meeting 201, I really do think that you ought to just leave that the way that the committee drafted it. And if you have any questions or reasons why, or don't understand why those suggestions were made, I would ask to be consulted. Number 4, in terms of section 104, the local option taxes, that section B that we crafted was crafted specifically because we were worried that the state might actually carve out cannabis as a separate item. And if they did that, then our charter would not permit us to take advantage of that. We would have to go back and we would have to make a charter change. So that section B that we proposed was actually, like a clever way of being prepared for the way the state might change the law. I also, and Mike, this.
Yep.
I think that the 1% local sales tax should be put before the citizens of this town as a separate item, with the proceeds that come to the town for that to be used to offset the property tax. I believe if you do that, it's a laydown, because it would be very difficult for a homeowner or a renter to buy so much with an additional 1% sales tax that it would, that would be more than they would save on their property tax. I mean, it's just it's just too hard to imagine that they could buy that much stuff that would be subject to the Vermont sales tax, that they wouldn't benefit more by the offset on the property tax. So I encourage you to approach it that way. I think that if you do it that way, the leadership in the town will be will not have any trouble selling that. Okay. Now, we did a considerable amount of work on appointments to authorities, boards, commissions, or committees. And all of that got struck out. I think all of it ought to be put back. And if you don't want to put it back, I think you should put it in front of the town, because I believe that it answers a lot of the questions that people in this town have about how committees are constituted, appointed, et cetera, et cetera. And by putting it in the charter, it will insulate the select board and the school board from charges that they are doing things in a manner that is, somehow underhanded or, quote, with an agenda. Let's see. In terms of appointed officers, there is, you struck an awful lot of language that relates to the that relates to the town manager and that relates to the duties of the town manager, and you put back a lot of stuff. And I got to tell you, one of the people who was on our board was Gabriel Luke, a very experienced human resources professional. And she pointed out that state law has provisions about the town manager, and that every time we hire a town manager, their contract has provisions. And so by having a list of details in the charter, what happens is confusion. Okay. There was confusion about the contract with the town manager, with the previous town manager. Why? Because the contract was different from what was in the charter. Okay. So just get rid of all that stuff. It's just an open invitation to trouble. You know, those are the major items. I would just point out that we were asked to deal with what happens in a tie. We came up with a system that should minimize town expense in the case of a tie. And you really ought to put that back in, because it'll save us a lot of anxiety if we do have a tie. You know, there's also a number of technical notes, like you're striking warrant information night in the presiding official's part of the moderator. You missed on the moderator appointing the 5th member of the town and school meeting committee. We've got
Town moderator, they didn't want. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, Kim had a question about that particular section. We were told during one of our markup nights by the town moderator that he was not comfortable with that authority.
Yeah, but that's his opinion as a person. Okay. The town can impose that duty on the office, in which case the town moderator can make a decision as to whether or not they want to continue in that office. It's the appropriate place for that appointing authority. There was a section that you restored in elected officers about those elected prior to the effective date of this charter. That's language from the original charter when we were going from 5 to 7. And there was, and it needed to be done in a way that didn't cause anybody to be kicked off. You know, it's no longer necessary. That's why we took it out. And so
I think we put it back in because there is a member, presumably, of the town and school committee whose position is being eliminated if this charter passes.
No, they're not officers. They're not officers, are elected officials.
The school asked for that as well.
Yeah, the school asked for that as well. If any, an individual holding elected or appointed office or position that is or can be abolished, he or she shall continue in the office or position until the term expires.
Okay, well, you need to have 5 people on the town and school meeting committee, period. The town moderator is in the neutral 5th position. It just makes too much sense. This is just one of those things that, hey, you got to impose it because that's what we need. Okay. So yeah, so the business about a justice of the peace may also serve as a school board director. You know, I argued at our meetings that we were talking about town officials so that we didn't have to say anything, and it's not an incompatible office. However, and this is kind of important, one of the ideas behind the charter is that if you're a citizen of the town, you can read the charter and you pretty much know how the town operates. Okay. That's one of the reasons why you wind up having the town has the ability to regulate rental regulations, because when we were talking about, you know, when we were getting people coming in from outside saying, please put this in your charter, to force the select board to write a ordinance to prevent no cause evictions. You know, we were like, oh yeah, you know, that is one of the powers of the town. That really should be in the list of powers of the town, right? In the same way, this, we should make it clear, because people would ask, why is Kevin Christie a justice of the peace and on the select board? Well, the offices are not incompatible. And people would go, what the hell does that mean? So we just put it in the charter. You know, I kind of agree with it being out, but I just wanted to explain why it's in. Okay. Now, you also struck that the consent for an absence from the select board should be in the minutes. You know, now that, you know, that's important, because that means that a citizen can enforce that requirement. Okay. So a citizen can say, so-and-so hasn't been to a select board meeting in 4 months, and you have never excused them in the minutes. They should be off the select board. That goes back to the whole concept of town meeting. That goes back to the whole concept of citizen engagement. Okay? All right. Technically, you struck something that we came up with about all meetings being subject to provision of open meetings should be held in a manner to promote full remote participation. Guess what? The legislature is going to pass a law that says that's so. There's no reason not to put that in the charter. And there's no, and it would be especially good to have it in the charter, because it would obligate the select board to put money in the charter to make sure that that was done in best practices way. And then finally, I thank you for hearing me out. And I apologize if this all came off as very professorial and didactic and so on and so forth. You know, I love this town. I think that Hartford, Vermont is Vermont writ small. If you can make it work in Hartford, it'll work in all of Vermont. And why is that? It's because in White River Junction, we have a city. In Wilder, we have every suburb in Vermont, like Milton. In Hartford, we have every town that has 2,000 people in it, that has a village and a little bit of industry and farms. In West Hartford, we have every town in the state that has 600 people and a former village center that's really struggling. And in Quechee, Vermont, we have every second homeowner paradise resort type area that you want. We have every type of Vermont community in our town. We are so average because of that. We are so characteristic of Vermont as a whole because of that. That if you are on the select board in the town of Hartford, you have an opportunity to show Vermont how to do it. Okay. And so with that, thank you very much. I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you. Thanks. I think we have a Colin, and I think we have a couple of hands up on Zoom. So let's go back to Colin, and then we'll hear from the folks on Zoom.
Is it okay if I ask Mr. Flynn a couple of questions?
You may do so.
At your own peril.
Yeah.
At your own peril.
FX, if you're open to it, we have Colin Butler who would like to ask you a couple questions.
I'd be delighted. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You haven't heard the questions. The first one is, this is the last opportunity that the voters in town have to come before the select board and argue for or against any of the proposed changes that are gonna show up on voting day. All of the stuff that you have just listed out for the select board, to the extent that they include it in the warning, will be material that virtually none of the town citizens have seen. You feel that that's appropriate?
I don't think that that's true, that it's material that the town citizens have not seen. The committee made a very strong effort to get their material out, not only on the website, but also by posting on the listserv and on various Facebook outlets, links to all of the documents that we were working on. Plus, we produced versions of the charter with annotated commentary explaining all of these things. So I think that we have gone, that we went far beyond the efforts of previous committees to do that. I do agree with what you said earlier. We should have been starting this conversation last summer. And it's a grand disappointment to me that we are that we are where we are, right now. And also, I would just say, Colin, that the work of the 7 people of vastly divergent opinions about vastly divergent political opinions are the ones who came up with the proposed charter changes. And we made significant efforts to publicize and make that material available all during our work in 2022.
I really struggled to find a copy of what you presented to the select board and never found it.
Well, one of the problems is that the town website got modified during the summer.
I understand that, but my point is, I suspect that very few people in town have seen your entire work product and now are going to be surprised that what's presented to them may be markedly different than what's in the materials that are part of the select board agenda for this evening, when there's not going to be any time for them to raise any concerns or objections other than a public hearing held after all the deadlines have passed. So
that's why I suggest that they offer it up as additional things that can be voted on, because then at the public hearing and at candidates night and at town meeting on the Saturday before the vote and on the listserv and on Facebook, we can debate each of these individual, changes.
My other question is, don't you feel it might be better to defer any action on charter changes for this cycle of town meeting and come back to it with a full subsequent review by the committee that was established earlier, or a new committee that will pick up the work that you did and make a strong presentation of what changes are recommended in the time of year when there's plenty of time for citizens to be educated as to what you're up to, rather than rushing it through right now? Is there anything that is so important in the changes that not your changes you recommended this evening, but in the changes that the select board is considering tonight? Is there anything so important that it has to happen this year rather than be deferred for a period of time?
Yeah, no, there's nothing critical. And if that were the decision, that would be fine. But it would just be another example of this town, instead of seizing on its potential, deferring it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Tim, you have a question? Then we do need to get to the folks on Zoom. They've been waiting. patient life.
We got a long ways to go.
I just want to
got a lot of
articulate a
good
couple
agendas.
points. Tim Ferry, White Ridge Junction, Vermont.
I'm sorry, Tim, I'm sorry, I was
That's
distracted.
Tim Ferry, White Ridge Junction, Vermont, and I'll go home soon. I just want to make a couple points. One is, in general, and I've lived in this town now, how long have I lived in this town? Give me a moment. 16 years. Served on the school board, been involved in town government, as you know, for a long time. And in general, I think we have a great town and it functions quite well. So let's just lay that out tonight, even though we've had a lot of stress tonight and a lot of debate. In terms of the charter, it does strike me that, and I served on a committee that work that we did for months was not even recognized or discussed. So I understand the frustration of doing a ton of work and then having it not necessarily come to fruition or get done. But I really chime in on what Colin is saying, is that I think that we would really benefit as a town by kind of taking a breath, bringing John along in his great new role, and look at the process, reach out to the community, and implement these considerations at perhaps November or March or whatever is allowed, and really just give it a little more time as a community that we can process it and talk about it and debate about it and discuss it. Because I think there's a high level of frustration that process was flawed. So thank you.
Hey, Tim, Kim, you on Zoom?
Yes. Okay, Eric Kraus, go ahead.
Hello, Eric? Eric? Someone else who can take the lead for that?
Unmuted. Eric, could you? We can't hear you.
Hello.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Hello, Eric. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Eric.
Yes, he can.
Hello.
Eric, it sounds like you can't hear us. Maybe we'll see if there's a technical reason for that, and we can go on to someone else who's on Zoom.
Can you hear us?
Can't hear us. Let's try someone else with us.
Michelle Valesky, go ahead.
Hi there, Michelle Valesky, White River Junction. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Great.
And I just want to state for the record, my absolute favorite movie of all times is Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Yes. So I would also like to suggest that the select board pause, come back to this, reconvene the charter commission, or appoint a new charter commission. I also want to ask, is anybody from the school board present tonight?
I don't see anyone from the school board tonight.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is according to our charter, the school board and the select board are equal but separate governing boards. So when you're discussing charter changes, I think it's really important.
Okay. Can I just bring it up here?
Who's talking?
I'm sorry, you're getting some overlap from someone else who was on. So
Okay.
you've muted the person. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think it's really important to have the school board present when you're discussing charter changes that affect them. And I might recommend, having a joint board to discuss charter changes, because it appears to me that the way this process happened is that the select board is superseding their authority over the school board. So, and I'm concerned about that. So the other concern I have is the process and procedure. And I think it's very confusing. I've talked to a lot of people. They're so confused right now. I think bringing forth a charter review in the middle of the holiday season, right before Christmas, is not the best time to discuss this, especially after pausing for a year. I wanted to share a few things about what is proposed.
Sure.
So as far as like the rental portion, how is the town going to regulate that? Like, what does that look like? Because I know right now we're having a challenge, even regulating or overseeing ordinances and permit violations and investigating them and addressing them. So what is that going to look like for employees? I think that's something that you should really think about before you put this type of thing in the charter. I'd also like to see the town and elected officials and small businesses meet and talk about the current economics that might affect businesses in town. For transparency, I am a small business owner, and I'm also pretty poor right now because of the pandemic. I'm just recovering. And if you're guessing about what people are doing or what they can pay for and can't, that shows me that you don't have the data to put this proposal forward. And so I'd like to see, feedback from businesses in the town. I'd also like to see input from the Hartford Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary, and Vermont Economic Development Corporation that works closely with our town and businesses. And again, I'd like to see you include small businesses in this and other businesses in this conversation. Perhaps an economic impact study can be done to show exactly how much revenue you would get. And included in that would be to show, is this a burden now because of what's happened with the pandemic? Some people have recovered fast, some people haven't recovered fast. Also, there are some businesses in our town, such as Simon Pierce, that were severely affected by the flooding. They had to close their upstairs restaurant because of it. And they had weddings booked, and those weddings didn't take place, so they did not get that revenue. So I think it's important to hear from them. I would like to see the charter process become a larger part of community engagement. It's such a complicated technical thing that it might be great to educate people about what it is and what it does. And I'd like to see this process similar to the way we handled the town manager search, because I thought that went really well and was well done. And people really reached out to the community to engage them. I'd also like to see outreach with entities that build and manage housing, finance the housing, local landlords, and community and advocacy groups. I'd like them to come together and be part of this conversation. And I understand, we talked about just cause eviction because that it was in the news that people from out of state were buying up properties and evicting people. And that, that's a real concern. So I think it's critical to get this right and to figure out how, if we're going to regulate it, what does that look like? I think it's important to get input from the staff on that and to get input on the staff about collecting that additional 1% tax, because that is going to be more work for them. Maybe it won't be, but it could be. So let's find that out. Again, I think the residents are confused about the timeline of this charter and the fact that the information from the first charter commission, the agendas and the minutes, were missing from the town website when the board met again in December of 2023. I checked it. It was not there when you guys had your first meeting on the charter, because I went to go look at the information. Actually, things had stopped being posted or weren't brought over from June of 2022. So I think that's a real concern. And I think that it's not a good idea because of that to go forward. I'd like again, I'd like to ask the select board and school board, they're not here, to pause, constitute a new committee, get feedback from staff, how implementing changes will affect them, get feedback from residents, landlords, retail businesses, and then present it before the town. I also think it is prudent to let our town manager have the time to get to know our town and understand how these changes, these proposals could affect the town. He started in October, right? This is really big for him to jump right into 2 months into the job. I'm sure, and I know he's a professional, but I think supporting him would to give everyone more time. I was on the Charter Commission, okay, and we did talk about the engaging the community, but it didn't happen. In fact, I couldn't even find some of the charter changes myself, and I was on the committee. I had a hard time. So, and I found the process really challenging due to lack of information ahead of time from the chairs. And the days and times that the meetings were scheduled and the lack of clear informative agendas and materials before the meeting made it really hard for me to participate. And I ended up resigning because for me, it was impossible to continue under those circumstances. And I wanted to, but I couldn't. So anyway, thank you for letting me share tonight. I appreciate the work that everyone does and all the time everyone spends. But again, I would like to see more community engagement outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Anyone, is Eric House back on Zoom, or are we, no more hands up?
I do not see Eric's hand or, oh, wait, Becky Chalet. So let me allow her, she's possibly in the same household.
Sure.
So Becky, can you hear me?
Hey, good evening. This is Eric Kraus.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, sorry about the snafu earlier, and I'm just borrowing a Zoom channel right now.
Yeah, well, we're glad that you were able to get through. So whenever.
Okay, great.
Just proceed.
All right, thank you for your time tonight. I want to talk about the. I wanted to talk about the sales, the general sales tax in particular. But before I do that, I just wanted to go back and thank FX for his contributions. I know that took a chunk of time, but democracy can't be rushed. Informing the process with experience and his knowledge, isn't something we want to rush. So I think, I appreciate that the board gave him the time and the latitude. It was informative to me. Like some of the other speakers, I wasn't fully, I didn't follow the process. I say sheepishly that I didn't fully follow the process until very recently on the charter changes. And I'm probably not alone in that. So some of these things seemed new, and I feel a little disoriented right now. And I think that if the town has enough opportunities to discuss them between now and when we vote, fine. But if not, the board should consider, and the town should consider that, there's a ballot in November as well, I believe, this year. So that may be another interim opportunity. Switching gears to the general sales tax. I reviewed FX Flynn's analysis that was provided with the agenda for December 19th, 2022. And I appreciate that he included that information. I don't agree with it totally, or let's put it a different way. I'm not sure that it's conclusive in the last part of it is its impact on the $100,000 property and the $300,000 property. And what I'm referring to is for the fiscal year 2021, he calculates how much might be collected and how, if it's plowed back into the general fund, how it might reduce the tax rate. All that math is very solid and makes perfect sense. In conclusion, he says it could be a positive thing. The $42 difference, which would be the decrease for a $100,000 property in taxes, would make up for the extra 1% sales tax paid on $4,200 worth of taxable purchases in the town of Hartford. And then for a $300,000 property, the difference is $126, which would cover the extra 1% on $12,600 worth of purchases. That's all sound math anyway. But what if the owner of the $100,000 property spends, let's say, $3,000, and the owner of the $300,000 property spends $6,000? Proportionally, if we're equating incomes and the value of the properties, which is what he's doing here, I believe, proportionally, the lower income person is disadvantaged. And basically, people have sort of touched on this tonight, but what we're talking about is a regressive tax. So all taxes can be either progressive, probably neutral, or regressive. And with a regressive tax, you are disadvantaging lower income families. Lower income taxpayers pay a disproportionate share of the tax burden. So part of the problem is that we don't. You still hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My computer's telling me different things, but maybe that's gone wonky. Part of the problem is we don't know we don't know who's making the retail purchases, and we don't know what percentage of the purchases are made by lower income, middle income, or upper income households. And so without that information, we're sort of guessing. Generally, economists and tax policy experts consider all sales taxes to be regressive. That is, they hurt the lower income people. But, for every rule, there's exceptions, right? You can craft a tax policy, let's just say a luxury tax, or, with the rooms, meals, and alcohol taxes, I think that one probably skews more toward being neutral or progressive, probably on the progressive side of things. But I'm guessing. I'm not a tax policy expert. And I don't think we've heard from one tonight, and I don't know that the board has heard from one, and I don't know that the Charter Commission has heard from anyone with that level of expertise either. So without that information, we're basically sending people to the voting booths kind of guessing. There's been a lot of information thrown around. There was, someone compared the rooms, meals, and alcohol with the general sales tax, and I think that's not a good comparison. I can't tell you whether it's regressive or progressive or what have you, but I would like to know that before I went, or I would like to have a good sense of that. Actually, knowing that for a fact is probably nigh impossible. But we should be able to make an informed decision, and I think that's the problem that I have with this right now, is that I don't feel like I can make an informed decision because I don't think the information is there, because I don't think the proper experts have been consulted. So at this hour, late hour in the process, I just think it's sloppy to let people vote on that without adequate information. I'll conclude there. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Eric. Is that everyone on Zoom? All right. Anyone else in the room like to comment before we close the public meeting?
Are you going to have select board comments on this?
There's a little paper for it.
Yeah, I think we'll end the public hearing, and then we have an item to consider modifying our charter revision proposal. So I think that would be a time to talk about what we want to do.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
So Lanny made a motion to close the public hearing. We have a second from Kim. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Dan?
Aye.
Okay, so unanimous. All right, so thank you everyone for coming out and sharing your thoughts on the charter proposal. A lot of good information to share, good questions. We certainly appreciate that. So our next item essentially is to consider whether we want to modify the charter proposal that we put forth. And if people have other thoughts or comments, we can certainly do that. So John gave us a list of all the changes essentially that we made in the charter. I think there are a couple ones where there's some clarifying language has been suggested. So, I mean, I think we can go through each one of these just to make sure we're all on the same page, talk about clarifying language, unless people want to discuss moving the charter as a entire document, that would probably come first.
Can we just pick out sections that we have concerns with, or instead of going through the whole thing line by line?
No, we don't have to go through the whole thing line by line. I mean, we have a list of the changes we made. If we want to get rid of the changes we've made, clarify the language, we
Is
can
that in a
certainly
packet
discuss
somewhere?
that.
I'm sorry, is that in a packet somewhere?
It's on your table.
It should be on your desk.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry.
It might be with the list of the other stuff there.
Okay.
But
gotcha.
Initially, you know, a lot of people have mentioned delaying this. And so if the board, I think the first thing is to make sure the board wants to go ahead with our proposal. Then we can talk about adding clarifying language or amending it in another fashion. Kim?
I would like to get the board's appetite to postpone putting the charter on the ballot until November. For a couple of reasons. The timeline that we had when the charter committee presented us with their recommendations, we were in our interim town manager phase, and it was decided that we didn't want to try to put a new charter forth without a permanent town manager in place. And we're fortunate to have John on board as of October, and as has been said, that basically put us back up in the same tight timeline. So for lack of having a permanent town manager, when we could have been having outreach and community meetings about the charter all summer, we didn't because we didn't feel prepared for it. And also lacking that town manager, we also lacked the communication skills of a communications person in our town that could do the community engagement to support doing the, like Michelle mentioned, the kind of gatherings out in the public to talk about these things that people have concerns about and questions about. And I mean, I want to put it through, I like the current charter the way it is. I'm perfectly supportive of it, including having a separate item for local action sales tax. But I get it. I feel like the concerns that have been raised are valid, and there isn't an urgency to put it on this March ballot, particularly with the timing we have with this being the last opportunity that we have to put any finalized touch on. So I have specific comments relating to all the different stuff, but I'm gonna stop there. And if we want to discuss it further and keep going, then I'll address those.
Okay. And
The problem that I see with delaying the process of putting it on ballot till November is that this current board as it sits will not be the board come November. And we've hashed this all out between all of us, and it just seems like the amount of time that we put into hashing this out now is going to have to be duplicated again. And it seems that we should move ahead with what we have. I personally would love to see the local option tax pulled out, which we've decided it will be, but I'd love to see the rental housing aspect be pulled out as well, because I hate to see the budget tanked, not the budget, but I hate to see the charter tanked for that.
You pull out as a separate.
Pull it as a
item
separate, right?
to vote on.
I personally agree with what has been said in that I was on the charter committee, and one of the charges I believe that we received, I'm just stating this because I can't verify it with fact. I believe that we were given the charge to clear up any redundant language that was in alignment with state statutes. That to me would be, this rental housing thing does not need to be in there whatsoever because state statute backs it up. Instead of clearing up redundant language, it was made that much more wordy on the committee, and there was more language added to it than we started with. so I really feel that if we have the powers within state statute to regulate housing, rental housing, just leave it at that. We have that to back us up. State statute is, if we're gonna go by state statute anyways, why do we have to be redundant about it?
Mr. Chair, just point of order real quick. Lanning, sorry to cut you off. I was just wondering if we could stick with that first question of whether or not we want to continue with the discussion about the charter. And then
I think Lanny answered that I think he gave some good reasons why moving forward now might make a lot of sense. But yeah, go ahead. Do you have a comment on it?
yeah, just because I actually, after hearing all the public comment, I feel, I know we put a lot of work in, but I also have been persuaded tonight by the public comment and the concerns that have been raised. And so I just wanted to interject that just in case if there is support on the board for pushing this further so that we can improve that process, then it doesn't make sense for us to debate specific items at this point. So that's just my point of order, really. I'm happy to expand slightly. I mean, I think Eric made some really insightful points about the tax being progressive or regressive and us just not knowing. I thought that was actually a really good point. And I think that, Lanny, I hear your point about the amount of work that we've put in as a board. I mean, we've put a lot of work in as a board on many levels. I do think, though, that the charter should be something that the whole town can stand by, not just board to board, but, not just within this board, but across all makeups of the select board and future iterations. I think that it's really important to have that level of community buy-in. I didn't really expect to hear this much confusion and doubt expressed in this meeting. I mean, it was a 100 to 1, 100 to nothing in the sense of we only had people come in asking questions and concerns about the charter. And it really does feel like we could have improved our process in terms of making sure that the community felt like they had a chance to understand everything and have buy-in. So, as much as, so I guess I would support what Kim is saying in terms of slowing the process down. I don't think that anything is an emergency for us to pass. I think I personally feel this desire to okay, let's get it done, let's vote on it, and let's get it to the vote. But after hearing what the citizens say, I feel like us doing that is kind of us relieving ourselves of that burden and giving to citizens when they don't necessarily feel like they've had the chance to be informed. So in short, I support what Kim is saying and would vote to push this further down to a future ballot.
Does this mean reconstituting another committee?
Well, let's get it also.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. But I think the committee gave us jurisdiction over their proposal, and it's with us until we do something with it, is how I would look at it. So,
right. And Mr. Chair, if I might just add briefly, I think Michelle made a really good point about the school board not being represented here in this conversation. So it's tough for us to even, in this last meeting that we would have before it has to be worn on the ballot, it's tough for us to give a honest debate about whether or not we want to change any of the topics. Because
just to clarify that for people who might be interested, we presented this to the school board. They gave us a couple suggestions, made clarifying language. They voted it unanimously in favor. And I'd also note that the statutory authority to amend a charter rests solely with the select board and not the school board. Ally, do you have a comment or question?
I do have a comment. Yeah, I similarly would be in support of what Kim proposed. Again, echo what everyone said and acknowledging the amount of work, even just in tonight's conversation. But yeah, hear folks about just needing some more time to digest. And yes, even though we did reboot the conversation about the charter this past December, I think these things just, they do take time. And that is a learning for me tonight, just to get the word out. So I would be supportive of considering making it a priority of whatever the sitting board is come March to put it forward on the November ballot. when there will be, I imagine, a strong turnout and visibility around it. It also gives a significant amount of time for new board members to get oriented and to be given context on the conversation, more time for the community to hear about it, hopefully more public information communications around it. So I know that might feel, again, disappointing with all the work we put in, but I would see that possibility and support it.
Mary or Dan, any thoughts?
I would be in favor of giving us the time to present more. My only concern is about the charter committee. What we do to explore having them a part of the discussion, that, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, more public input, but, you know, they have to, they're basically disbanded right now. So what do we do? Because they're the ones who put forth the proposal to us. So I'm a little bit concerned about that aspect, because and I'm not sure we're best to describe what they did in making the revisions that they have. That's my concern.
Dan, you want to chime in before we?
Sure. Yeah, I think we've gathered a lot of information, but I think we have the potential opportunity to present this to voters shortly in March and get some feedback from them. I don't think it could necessarily be the end all of it. So I think that we could see get the vibe of how people feel about this, and then we could revisit it again in November. So I think we've got two opportunities here to present what we have and see how people feel. If it passes and people are happy with it, that's great. If it doesn't pass, then it gives us the opportunity to revise and present it again in November. But I think it would be a good opportunity to gather that feedback and allow people to comment in a way that knows which direction we need to go.
I guess I don't fully understand that. Is that a suggestion that we move forward with this proposal on the?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we do move forward with what happens, and this is what we have right now. So if it passes, that means that people are happy. If it doesn't pass, then we can perhaps look at it again and gather more information, say, okay, we didn't have enough time for comment and public support and information, all that, and let's put it back on for November. So I think we've got two opportunities here. Let's look at doing it now for March, seeing how people feel. If people, overwhelmingly support it, great. If people don't support it, then we know we need to do some more work and put it back on for November.
Allie?
Yeah, thanks for that thought, Dan. And I might offer some pushback and not that I know all the ins and outs of the legislature, but that's also something on my mind, that once it whatever gets approved by the voters has to go up the chain to the legislature, and there's a whole process and bureaucracy there. So what I worry is that in putting something on the ballot for March, then that has to go up to the legislature. And I don't know, I just don't feel confident that the timing would allow us to then revisit it in November again. I would rather, to the best of our abilities, address it and put it to the voters in one fell swoop that we feel confident and secure about, rather than trying to address it in more of a piecemeal way, as I'm understanding what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm just not confident that would shake out well procedurally.
Allie, good points. I appreciate those comments. Thanks.
Yeah.
And just for additional information that will be provided, I did reach out. I attended that event last night at in Hartford Village with the state treasurer and Representative Cole and our town treasurer, and I reached out to them this morning to ask if they had any. If they were able to shed some light on the local option tax, meaning like asking if they did have any, basically, if they had any insight on potential impact of the proposed tax on businesses and residents, other than simple calculations based on the Department of 22 figures. has just been speculation as far as I know about what the impacts would be. So I've reached out to the representatives, town treasurer, as well as the town managers in Stowe and Rutland, which both have a local option sales tax. And at this point so far, I've heard back from Representative Cole, who's reached out to the office of the Joint Fiscal Office, basically. So they've offered to look at and help with any revenue estimates produced by the town officials, if that would be helpful. So anyway, I think there's an opportunity, regardless of whether we put it on the March ballot or a later ballot, to have more data analytics around what we could expect in the town of Hartford for local option tax sales revenue. Just wanted to add that.
Okay, I'd like to, well, Lynn, you talk, I would like to speak to this, and I'd also like this to be a motion with a vote with roll call. Lynn, please come up.
Lynn Bohai Wilder, addressing Ally's comment about March, November. I think the timing would work okay for the legislature, but the legislature is currently in its second year. In November, there'll be a new one elected. And there's a rule about one legislature that lasts for 2 years cannot discuss a topic twice. So it wouldn't be relevant. We could do a March vote and the people elected in November, you could do another one in November, and then the people, when it starts again in January, it will be a new legislature. And when Dan was talking, I had a really weirdo idea. What if the two things that make sense to have on a separate ballot are voted on in March? To see the local option tax and the rental housing, which to get a feel for what the people in town think. But there's a part of me that says, yeah, we ought to go for November and have some public meetings. So I'm mixed. Right.
So that's what
You realize there's no sound in the room? Is it being broadcast with no sound as well?
No, they're able to hear. They're able to hear.
we would hear from people.
Yeah.
I can't even hear Kim.
Are the mics on?
The phone's not.
They're on. Mics are on. It's on.
We can hear you on Zoom.
Tim, and then I'd like to move on from this topic.
I was part of the first charter created in this town. Went to the committee, and I will go over that experience tonight. But I really believe that when that happened, I pleaded for informed voters when they go to the booth. That's one of the arguments that town meetings are so wonderful, because you can bang out whether you want to buy a grader or not at the town meeting. I think we're getting to be a big town, and it's harder and harder to do that process. But I really believe that you need to sort of check in on, whether people have been adequately informed before they go into a voting booth. And I would argue no on that. And I also strongly feel that, we can wait and do the process, and we'll be better for it. So I'm encouraging that. I also want to emphasize that the March voting cycle and the November voting cycle are typically, November is typically double, certainly in a presidential election, right? So you get a better pulse on the community by running those large initiatives through the November vote, because you more people show up. And I think it's a better litmus test on what the community is thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right, before we move on this, I just have a couple thoughts on this. These initial proposals were brought to us in 2022. So we've had a year to look at it. We've run this by our staff. We've run this by our attorneys. We've made sure that we followed every procedural hurdle. The idea that a Hartford voter doesn't have enough information to decide whether they want a 1% sales tax or not is preposterous. The other items, extending the moderator's term from 1 to 3 years, I'm pretty sure that people can figure that out. The main thing that annoys me about this, in some sense, is that I used to see this in the legislature all the time. The classic move lobbyists do right before a vote's about to be taken is they wait until the last possible minute and they cry about the process. And the idea that this isn't going to happen in November, I think is just totally misguided. We got this, we amended it according to our statutory authority. We checked every box. We did this in December. I mean, you know, the vote's not till March. Is it going to take that long to inform people that now the warrant information night is part of the charter? I mean, I just think this is preposterous, and you know, we're just setting ourselves up for this to happen again. I think it really does a disservice not to move forward on this. We'll have a different board. You know, the idea that it's going to be the same proposal, I don't think is a given. You know, and I just think that the idea that we're not going to go forward does a disservice to us as a board. This is our authority. We can't inform everyone about everything. The key to a democracy is an informed citizenry, and that is upon the citizen to look at our agendas, come to our meetings, you know, things like that. The idea that we have to have a base level of education that we put out before someone can vote on something is frankly preposterous. I am going to call the roll on this because I feel strongly enough that I want this on the record, how I voted and how my fellow board members voted. So I will take a motion to postpone consideration of the charter.
Do you want to hear from two hands up before or not?
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, wait, only one hand up now. Wait. Jen Durgan, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I appreciate all the work that you all have put in, but I do think it's unfair to argue that the citizens had plenty of time to be informed. These sound like really complicated changes. And for example, the what is it? FX brought up, like, what do you do in the case of a budget not being passed? I mean, that's like a really important issue.
That is, Jen, but it's not in our proposal.
Oh, okay. So, but what would happen if a budget didn't
Covered by,
pass?
there's a statute, there's state law that determines what happens when there's a tie. Just like there's a state law and the other things that we considered and decided not to include.
Okay. So that's helpful to know.
Yep.
Okay. So, I guess I have no further comment if the tie and the budget gets voted down. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Boleski, White River Junction. So I certainly didn't come to this last minute. I was on the committee, and it was presented last Christmas in 22, and then again it came up on an agenda this Christmas season, and none of the accompanying information from the Charter Commission was on the town website. So I think that's a problem. And, you know, I'm really concerned that some board members think it's okay. In any case, I wanted to talk about the committee. If you wanted to have a committee, you'd have to reconstitute it, because it gets appointed it got appointed in April of 22, and it ended technically in April of 23. But they did stop work when they presented the charter in 2022 to the select board. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to postpone the charter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board table the decision to put the town and school charter on the March 2024 ballot and reconsider it for November 2024.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Sorry, Mike, I feel you, and I like, but
I've made my point clear. I imagine we'll see the same thing before next November, but as long as we're all informed of that, I think we're okay. Rocket, discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think you make some really good points as well. I mean, I think for myself, having been through fewer legislative cycles, I probably don't share the same frustration about that, what you're describing. And catch me, in the future, maybe I will. But I definitely do hear what you're saying, that there's been a lot of discussion about it. But I will also be voting in support of the motion.
Understood. Yeah, I think just my point is that we're the legislative body. We're supposed to lead. We're supposed to put these things before the voters. And, we just blink when someone comes up and complains, Danny?
Yeah, I do not support postponing this. And one of the biggest reasons is that I agree with you, Mike. We are supposed to be informed voters in the town of Hartford. The other thing that concerns me is I'm going to be quite blank and say that this budget we're passing is a considerable increase. And without being able to incur some funds from a local option tax, the burden will come on to the taxpayers. And the taxpayers are going to have an extremely heavy burden because of all the increases that have been placed into the budget this year. I am not in support of the local option tax, but I see no other way to fund all of the expenditures that the select board and the town wants to have. We can't have our cake and eat it too. You have exceedingly high budget. You have to pay for that budget somehow if it gets passed. The only way that's going to happen is passing it on to the voters to pay for it if you don't want to have a local option tax. So if we push this off, the local option tax is not going to happen for another year, and our revenue stream will not be there. We won't be able to provide, unless you want to raise taxes again next year considerably higher, you're not going to be able to have the services that you want. This is the problem, that we're kicking this down the road by doing this.
Thank you, Lanny. So we have a motion to table the charter, essentially. We've had discussion, so I'm going to call the roll.
No.
Lanny?
No. No.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally?
Aye.
Mary?
No.
Dan?
No.
Kim?
Aye.
I will vote no. Motion fails. So we will not be tabling the charter. So I don't think we were expecting that necessarily, but all right, we have a little more work to do on the charter then, I suppose.
And at least just like reference that we can still have that, we will have the public hearing on February 6th. We can still ask questions even if we're not gonna make changes.
Yeah.
But I guess have we determined if we're going to make any other changes to what's being, because I do still have a couple little questions about if we're not tabling it.
If we're not tabling it, then I think we need to go through.
So we're past 5B. 5B is done. We're now on to 5C, right?
What do you think? What do you think?
On the agenda, 5C.
We're still at 5B because it sounded like we were going to postpone the vote, and then we actually 4-3 in favor of moving the charter forward.
The question is how you'd like to modify it.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do is look at the proposals that were given to us, which are the charter revision proposals. And a lot of this is really straightforward, right? So, other than maybe the first item, deciding what to do with the rest, I think we have some clarification, and it's pretty.
So, Mr. Chair,
Lenny?
I would like to make a motion to strike section 103.17 from the charter.
So that is the section that lists regulating rental housing as one of our enumerated powers.
Yes.
Its function essentially in the charter as it is now is clerical. It lists a power that we already have.
It duplicates.
We've heard arguments for and against leaving it in. I think we can go either way on it. I don't have a particular preference. If we leave it in, I would suggest we add some language clarifying that we can regulate to the extent that the state permits. So,
which is basically duplicating state law.
People may believe this to be duplicative. It is part of a list that lists a lot of powers that are,
again, my concern is, why do we have something in the charter that already is stipulated within state law? And that's the problem. How a lot of people have is that they believe it opens up a window for the select board to do something fishy.
Okay, no, I mean, I understand, Kim.
I mean, anything sweeping or broad could not be done without enacting an ordinance, which has its own process. But I want to give an example of something that came up recently in one of the hearings with the BCA, is that regulating rental housing. It comes up frequently where someone needs a abatement on their water bill because they have a rental property and their tenant has a leak and their toilet is running and it costs them $1,000, but somehow so I'm asking, is the town authorized? Does the town have the authority to make a regulation that says the responsibility of that kind of water expense is that of the property owner and not of the town and the taxpayers? Are these the kind of things that we already have the authority to do? Because if we don't, I think it would be worth having and would be worth exploration. And I don't know that state statute would explicitly say that. If we wanted to do anything with the rental registry or, any just cause eviction or any of that stuff, I don't think the select board would have the authority to do that without going through an ordinance process, which is very much public engaged.
That's true. I think there is an open question on some of those things you mentioned, like the landowner being responsible for something. Certainly any ordinance that we may or may not come up with in the future regarding the subject is going to be subject to the ordinance process, the timeframes. Certainly we would need our municipal attorney to weigh in on the lawfulness of any ordinance that we may adopt. Lanny had a second.
Mary's first.
Okay,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I felt like the BCA handled this.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, if we've got it already, this is the vehicle in which to operate.
That's what I was going to
comment
on as well.
The lists, right? There's good and there's bad about the list. Namely, you forget to put something in, people think you don't have the power to do it, right? I would be fine with taking this out. We do have authority, we have limited state given authority to regulate rental housing, and that's not going to change, whether it's in or not. I would be okay if we just struck that.
So,
Lanny?
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, this all started as a result of a property owner in Quechee evicting somebody, and then it was brought before the board that there's major concern about them being evicted wrong. That's what started this whole ball rolling about doing something with just cause eviction, which turned into this. Okay, let's back up a bit and think about this. All right, that landlord that sold that property to a mega property management company from Massachusetts or wherever they were from, they sold that to them for a reason of, well, I can't say this exactly, but I have heard it stated that they sold it because the regulations of rental housing was getting too complex. Okay, so here it is. The town is now starting to put more regulations on rental housing, which is going to create more people selling property to these megalomaniacs, or not mega companies, not megalomaniacs. My apologies. These mega companies, these mega real estate companies from Massachusetts and Connecticut. Okay, which is going to cause more issues. We've already had Twin Pines, which is a major housing supporter in the town of Hartford, state that they had issues with regulating housing. Okay, that would cause that came up about just cause. We haven't heard from them on this, but why do you want to put any measures into the charter, which is going to make it harder to have housing? We have a housing shortage in Hartford. We already make it hard enough as it is without people having concerns about building houses in the town of Hartford. I just can't see any more barriers to housing, especially when we are in such a dire need of rental housing for working class families or lower class families.
Did you make the motion already?
Yeah, do we want to take, I mean.
No, I have not made a motion.
Do we want to take this out?
Oh, yes, I did make a motion. So
Okay.
we're in the discussion part,
It
yeah.
hasn't been seconded,
No, it has not been seconded.
so we should have a second before there's any more.
All right, so
Okay,
I said my piece anyway, so.
All right, so Lanny would strike this entirely from our proposed revision. Agnostic.
We don't have a second.
Well, I know, I'm just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page, because the other
Have a
option,
second before we have discussion.
the other, okay.
If it's
I mean,
gonna
we
die
need
for
a
lack of a
formal
second,
motion.
so be it.
No,
I think Lanny gave the motion, so we
Okay.
just need the second.
Okay, so Lanny moved that we strike this provision. Is there a second?
I would second this. I know I
Okay.
didn't listen to this conversation. I just think like having duplicative language is not good. I mean, I think this whole debate has gotten confused about what, like, if there's actually some regulation that we're doing or not, and we're not. It's just stating a power that we already have, and we've had so much debate in the select board over going in circles around whether or not we should state something that is, frankly, to me, obvious and already stated by state powers. Just seems like wasteful in a way. I mean, in the same way that I think like we could include this and we could say, within the powers given to us, or, by the state, but that we could also say by the US Constitution. And it just seems like at some point we're a little off track. So I personally would get rid of it. And if future select boards want to regulate housing, they can, whether this clause is there or not.
Okay, more discussion, or do we want to vote? The motion is motion by Lanny, second by Rocket, to just leave out this provision. Unless there's discussion, I'll
I have
call
a
the
comment if
vote.
it stays in, but not if it comes out.
Well,
Ally?
just to, and maybe this is just reiterating, so if we were to take this out, again, because the select board already has the authority to work on a particular ordinance.
Sure.
And go through that process. And adding in this provision doesn't actually really offer us any additional authority, and then also doesn't prohibit us from creating such ordinances, because I think the select board should explore that.
Correct.
Then
Correct.
I could be in favor of removing it.
Okay, let's call the roll. Lanny,
Yes to strike.
Rocket,
Aye.
Ally,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Kim,
No.
I will vote aye. So 6-1. All right, we're taking that out entirely from there. All right, the other proposals I think should go a little bit faster, hopefully. Adds a 1% sales tax. Do we want to keep that in there, but as a separate item for voters to vote on?
Yes.
Ally?
This, because it seems to be one of the more contentious ones that people would like some more information on, which I can understand. I would be in favor of not proposing this modification, because essentially we'd have to verify this language now. This, as I understand it, the second public hearing we have, it's like, this is the time in which we're making the changes.
This is the time in which we're making edits, yeah.
Yeah, so you're like, I've said it before. So I would be in favor of not adding this in for March and consider, or putting it as a separate ballot item. Give folks more time to do research and then potentially propose it on the ballot for November.
With Lanny and then a motion.
It's already gonna be a separate ballot.
Yeah.
We decided that before. Okay, so it's gonna be a standalone. Okay, and because it is a standalone item, we have plenty of time for educational opportunities to the voters. So there's nobody that can say that they will not be informed, because we have the opportunities. And if they do not want to vote on it, it's a standalone and it's not going to kill the charter.
I guess the question is, do we want to propose a 1% sales tax as part of our local option tax?
As a separate ballot item.
As a separate ballot?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
make the motion, we include a 1% sales tax to local option taxes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
A second.
Friendly amendment though, because the draft we have does not have it, so someone's gonna have to rewrite that.
No, it's a separate article
No, it's
in
a
the warning
separate-
that I've drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a
It's
warning
in
that
the
you start,
charter,
okay.
but people get a chance, they get to like vote on a bundle of
Okay.
changes.
Do I have to amend my motion to have it a standalone?
Yeah, can I ask a question? These are already things you've approved, so there's no reason to ask people to vote in favor of that which they've already voted.
Yeah, no, I agree.
The
Okay.
the issue is who would like to modify this
Okay.
list?
Nope.
We've already had one modification, which is to strike
Yeah.
the rental housing.
Yep,
I'm fine with that then.
yeah, I got that. I have a working draft.
Sorry, so I withdraw
So-
my motion.
Okay, and so is a majority of the board okay with putting the 1% sales tax to the voters?
on a separate ballot item.
Yes, you know, that's already.
Yeah, well, just want to make, because it's not listed here as a separate.
No, I know,
ballot.
that's on the warrant, I
Okay.
think that John.
It's just in the order that it appears.
Okay.
I have a separate thing that's not on this list.
Okay.
I just wanna, cause like John just said, we don't need to go through these lists, like it's, if anyone wants to change anything.
Yeah, that
So
would,
we
that
don't
would
have to go
speed,
through
that
the
would, that would speed things up. I have a
Yeah.
couple clarifications I'll add after you're.
Okay,
done.
well, and that was, just in section 102, general powers, section A, where it says all provisions of the Constitution and laws of the state of Vermont relating to the town and school district shall apply to the town and school district except as otherwise provided by this charter. And I'm wondering if that speaks to the part, except as otherwise provided by this charter. Does that mean that there are pieces of this charter that supersede the state constitution or the state laws? Like, that is confusing to
don't
me,
think
and
that is
that speaks to
confusing.
what I think one resident was concerned about in terms of, I guess if we're striking the rental part, then it probably is a moot point.
Where you at again, Kim, please?
Section, so I'm looking at that, the most recent draft in the agenda,
I'm looking at it. I'm just.
right on the
tell me
first
what's it.
page, 102 general powers, the first paragraph, the last phrase of that.
Well, a charter is the state's authority to the town to have provisions that govern municipal life. So of course, it's going to be consistent with state law.
Okay.
Good.
So why would we accept otherwise provided by this chart? I guess I thought that might be problematic for that reason.
The lawyer didn't flag it.
Okay.
Yeah,
sounds good.
it's existing language.
And then I would also suggest that we strike what FX pointed out about the section 201 town meeting, section 2, where it says, kind of in the middle of the paragraph, each appointing body or person shall have power to remove any incumbent. So we should strike or person.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get there, 201.
Okay, so third paragraph on page 3.
Wait. I'm scrolling.
Yeah. Select board shall appoint one member for a 2-year term, one member for a 3-year term. School board shall appoint one member for a 2-year term, one member for a 3-year term. No school board member, select board member, or town clerk may serve on the committee. This part, each appointing body or person. Oh, I think because that was talking about the town clerk when we had the town clerk in there before.
Yeah.
And then, so I would say we either take that out or we add the moderator, as FX suggested, as someone who appoints.
Well, I'd be more comfortable taking out the or person language, because we've already, I know the moderator is just a position, but
Yeah.
he did, speaking as the moderator, I think that was not a good idea. Each appointing body or person, we don't have a person anymore, so each appointing body shall have the power to remove any incumbent member of the school and town meeting committee appointed by that body / or person, strike it out, I mean, by that body, and shall have the power to appoint a replacement member to serve the unexpired term. That seems like a total clerical change to sort of incorporate the fact that we're getting rid of the town clerk's appointing ability.
And I think my other notes are ones that you've already, but you said you had some other minor things. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
I have a couple minor.
So, are you making that in the motion?
Do I need to? It's like a
Yes.
typo, basically.
Yes.
And if you want to go ahead.
Yes, make it
Okay.
into a motion.
Sorry, Johnny.
That's fine.
I move that we strike the words or person from paragraph 3 in section 201, 2012.
201B2.
201B2.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Dan, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get to the ones where I've noticed we've had some suggestions for clarifying language. So the first, if you have it on page 9, it's the assistant town treasurer.
Page 9, I don't have a page 9.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just give us a section.
I have a paginated copy. So that's 301 appointed officers. And that is in D, Assistant Town Treasurer. So it says the town treasurer may appoint an assistant town treasurer who may be delegated some or all of the powers of the town treasurer on a temporary basis upon notice, and we have it to the town manager. The school asked that we also have, so we change it to upon notice to the town manager and school superintendent, because those can be two separate positions. Also in the second sentence, we talked about compensating the assistant town treasurer. So I would suggest we say something like the assistant town treasurer shall be compensated at the same rate as the town treasurer when exercising the powers of the town treasurer. So basically, if they have to exercise the power of the town treasurer, they get compensated at the same rate as the town treasurer.
Let's put that.
I mean, agree. Okay, yeah, we don't need to dig into this, but like I said, that like I served in this role at one point, I just got a lump sum of $500 a year to be accessible for that position. I mean, I think that's a cleaner way to do it than having like an hourly rate for a, like, how much does the treasurer get paid right now? It's not, it's like $12,000 or something.
It's not a lot of money.
I don't think it's a lot.
No.
I mean,
No.
you know, we can do it this way, or we could say maybe compensated at the discretion of the select board.
The town
Chairman.
manager or.
Nate?
I like the language of having it at the same rate as the current treasurer, because if you don't have to serve but an hour, I don't want to see, you know, one time you come in.
Yeah.
I don't want to see somebody,
I don't think it's
there's no
hourly.
sense in getting somebody paid $300 just to come in one time.
Yeah, it's not, he's not, I don't think our treasurer is paid at an hourly rate. I think they're paid at a stipend, an annual stipend.
But you can calculate it.
Yeah,
by
you can
hour.
always calculate.
All right. I mean, I'm not gonna fight that one. I'm just, I
mean,
think there's, it is, could be a can of worms.
it's a data-driven answer.
Okay, so I mentioned that to you.
We have the motion.
Yeah, I guess want to motion that
Did you want-
basically accept the changes as presented, I guess.
I mean,
To the
from what
302.
you-
Well, you've got a master
I have a
motion
working
you can
draft,
make
yeah.
on the several changes that
Oh,
you're
that's
gonna
right.
discuss, right? You can do it in one motion. I don't think that there's.
Oh, you mean at the end when
At
we're
the
like
end,
ready
like
to
you've
do
got
it?
3 or 4 proposals that you walk through with them. That's
Okay,
just one,
so-
that's just one approach.
Yeah, so why don't we, right, so if we want to do some motions at the end, that's fine. I think we have agreement on clarifying that language. In 401C, so that's at the end, there was this initial language to the charter of rights and privileges. This was X'd out because it was, you know, it was necessary when the charter was first adopted. So we've X'd it out. I would recommend we leave it in. It doesn't hurt anybody. Also, it says, you know, if an individual who holds any elected or appointed office or position which is abolished under the chapter, he or she shall continue in the office or position till the term expires. And we do have an appointed person as part of the, well, we have someone who's been appointed by the town clerk, but that office, appointed office will no longer exist if this passes. So what this would basically say is we got rid of your position, but you get to serve out the end of your term.
What position is?
The one where the town clerk appointed a member of the town and school committee, because
okay.
we're getting rid of that. This would just ensure that they get to serve out their term.
Yeah, that's fine.
Everybody good with that? So that's restoring, I guess you would say, section 401.
C.
4C.
401C.
4C, not the whole thing.
I think the whole thing, you know, it does what we want to do. If it's irrelevant.
And the school seemed to be,
Yeah, that was actually one the school
Asking for
recommended
that.
as well, so I think it would be good to.
It's superfluous, but go ahead.
Yeah,
That's
no,
fine.
I mean, it is, you know.
I don't care.
It's there. Okay, so one thing sort of pointed out to me at Info Night was about the warrant information. So this is at 201 E1, which is warrant information on the Monday after the first Tuesday of January. I guess the question is, do we want to keep that very specific date, Monday after the first Tuesday, or we want to just say something like prior to budget and candidates night?
Especially apropos since we didn't have it on this date.
Oh, right, we had it on
Because
the
the school
18th,
board was a little
right?
bit later in their cycle.
Yeah, so I mean, I could go see if the board would be okay with like, prior to budget and candidates night, the town school meeting committee may call a meeting for the purpose of providing presentations and discussion, right? So generally in the cycle, it's before budget and candidates, but this gives us a little more flexibility. Remember, we originally had sort of proposed it earlier in the month, and then it turned out the 18th was the day that we had it. This just, it puts it within the appropriate sequence of meetings, but doesn't specify.
Or you could limit it to January.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you could just strike on the first Monday after the first Tuesday of January. And then just start with town school meeting committee may call a meeting for the purpose of providing presentations and discussion of items that may be placed on warrants the voting day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on if we want to specify it's before budget and candidates.
Oh.
So if we said prior to budget
Yeah.
and candidates night,
Gotcha.
just so we keep the sequence of when we want it, so we want it then. Okay, so we've got that. And then we had,
Sorry, is that a consensus to simply say that there may be such a meeting, but not to specify January at all?
Specify prior to budget and candidates night.
Got it,
The
okay.
town and school
Got it.
meeting committee.
Thank you.
The last one, or the one remaining change where we got a recommendation of clarifying language from our municipal attorney. So this is the quorum thing that we talked about earlier. 203 duties of elected officers.
What's the number?
So 203.
A to E.
Yeah, section A, subsection 2, subdivision E.
Yeah.
This is the presence of 4 or more members shall constitute a
Oh,
quorum for the purpose of holding a meeting. The recommendation from our attorney was basically, so it would just say in its entirety, presence of 4 or more members shall constitute a quorum for the purpose of holding a meeting. The affirmative vote of 3 members present at a meeting in which a quorum of at least 5 members are present shall be necessary to exercise it. So it's basically, if there are 5 people there, we need 3 members.
And if there's 4 people there.
4 people there.
And if 2 are affirmative, 1 is opposed and 1 recuses, it doesn't pass. That's what Lynn was saying.
Right. This one's, for me, it's just too late in the evening. For me to get my mind around
It's
it.
after 10 o'clock already. Come on now. Yeah, it's minds are not working sharp.
Yeah, so people think, any thoughts on that one? Do you want to leave it as it is or suggest or take the attorney's suggested language? I know we're getting late.
I would say I've been ambivalent about this one. I know it's trying to account for a very particular situation. I'd be fine with taking the attorney's suggestion.
So we'll go with the attorney's suggestion on that. All right, I think those are all the ones that we had clarifying language on. I've got a master draft here with pages, thank God. And I'll make these changes and circulate. Basically, it's just gonna go to John. If you look at it and you see some obvious error that's been made, let us know so that we can move along with that.
Yeah. And just so you know, the deletion of these couple of items, again, the warrant doesn't have verbatim language. It just provides a concise summary of each of the changes.
Yep.
The fact that we're removing a couple, we will change the format of the document, but I just need your permission to finalize it after you've signed it, reformatting it and getting it to Lisa for publication.
Gotcha.
Do you want a motion for that?
No, as long as there's, a sense that the board doesn't want to have another special meeting to come in and sign a document.
Do we want a motion for the changes we just discussed, the clarifying?
We got a note from town clerk about warrant night. Hold on. Warrant info night would need to occur prior to adoption of warnings. So, I guess we need to know that anyway,
Okay, so the warnings have to be approved by this week, this time of the year, January 20 something. So maybe say that it has to be conducted before January 20th. That would be safe.
to have a warrant info night.
Yeah.
At least.
Just prior to, so we would say, basically prior to January 20th. I mean, yeah, I'd like it if it weren't so specific, but,
I mean, we have to do that whether we say it or not.
bro, that's true. Yeah, that's just a separate
That's already
requirement.
Yeah, you could just say, yeah.
All right, well, we'll leave it the way that we decided to change it.
Yeah.
All right, so we want a motion on these changes, right? Is there some easy way we can just as discussed, I don't know, as proposed, any thoughts, John?
I would say that you propose a motion to approve all of the several modifications that you've just discussed.
Someone like to make?
I move that the select board accept all the modifications that the select board has just discussed.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Yeah, let's call it that roll, Lenny.
Yeah, sure.
Rocket?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Yes.
He said
Rocket?
aye. He said aye.
Oh, sorry. Ally?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Tim?
I
I will vote aye. All right, thanks, everyone. That was a while. All right, it's 10:20. Are there things well, I think there'll probably be a couple things we have
I've got to
to
say,
do.
these are all very time sensitive. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
but the snow day really backed us up.
Yeah, and we've got people in the room waiting.
Well, I know we have people, but I don't believe John. All right, so what do we want to do? All right, we've got people here from the police department for the rifles. We've got
And
people
Sister
here
Cities.
from sister cities. And we want to review, revise, and adopt the budget, I imagine.
Yeah, that's definitely the first order of business.
Yeah.
Can we, all
Can we
right,
get Sister Cities home before we budget and please?
all right, so do we want to move sister cities up to now? Because that's not a particularly lengthy.
Unfortunately, according to law, I
Right,
mean,
let's.
you can't, according to Robert's rules, we can't do it until after. the-
Okay, all right.
Let's just charge ahead.
Let's charge ahead and we gotta get out of here at some point, but let's do the big items, okay? All right, so this would be the review, revising and adopting the FY 2025 general fund budget. We got some info on that. I think that the main thing, right, is like we have the appropriations that people have.
That's right.
Have come
We've
in.
had 3 changes since December 19th. Those are two petition-related matters, advanced transit and special needs. And the other was simply that we received an invoice on the county tax. So instead of an estimate, we have an actual figure. So
Okay.
with that as the basis, those are the only changes reflected in the budget figures that Gail and I sent out to you either yesterday or today.
So what is the tax rate then? I'm sorry, I don't mean to yawn, but what is it? What is it? Set the tax rate?
7.196. 196.
It's right here. It was on our plates.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a motion.
We have it.
Sorry, my eyes are not working that
Yeah,
great.
don't worry. Questions for John, discussions about this?
And
or a
Gail should be
motion?
online if you have any questions for her. But as we said, with those additional petitions, the budget is looking like an overall increase of 7.196%, with an effect on the average $250,000 home of approximately $194.70. There is recommended language for motions to adopt not only the general fund, but also the special funds.
Okay, discussion, questions, motions?
The public ask questions or no?
Sure. Just identify yourself.
Yes, come over here. Allison Litton, Wilder, Vermont. I'm here as part of the Sister Cities Committee, and I certainly don't want to rearrange the order of your agenda. I just am concerned about, because that's something that we've been discussing is funding for the Sister City, and I didn't know if the approval of the budget as it stands would negatively affect us.
There's no funding anticipated in this budget for Sister City, nor was there last year.
So the item after that is about funding in this current fiscal year for the trip to CNO.
That's all. Okay.
Motions, questions?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Okay, I move that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 general fund budget totaling $21,655,825.44 to be funded with $3,152,042.92 in non-tax revenue, $2 million from the unassigned fund balance, and $16,503,000 and $503,782.52 to be raised by taxes.
For the second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Kim. Discussion before we vote? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Rocket and Dan?
Aye. I haven't voted yet.
I'm sorry, what?
I haven't voted yet.
Oh, do you want to do it by roll?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna do it by roll, Lenny.
No.
Rocket,
Aye.
Ally,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Kim,
Aye.
I will vote aye, so 6-1. All right, that's the general fund budget approval. We have another motion for, what's this, the wastewater?
Solid waste.
I had my hand up, please.
Okay, go ahead, Heidi. Heidi, you have the floor if you'd like to say something.
Thank you, Mike. I apologize for interrupting. I've had it up for quite some time.
Sorry, I did not see that.
Thank you very much, sir. Heidi Duta, White River Junction. I have concerns about this budget that I'd like to address. As a tax-paying citizen of this town with 2 properties that I have to pay full taxes on this coming year, I'm very concerned that we are going to be looking at a $1.3 million bond to look at a fire department in Queechee, a $21 million bond to repair our schools, plus the lack of state funding coming from the state for COVID relief funds that we are no longer going to be receiving. Our CLA is going to be totally devastating our tax rate due to the lack of what is the word I want to say?
Evaluation.
Reevaluating our properties. Our budgets, both town and school, are quite large this year. Not only myself, but other citizens in this town are going to feel the crunch. I think that not only the new positions that are being created that you are looking at as possibly being temporary will turn into permanent positions, should be reevaluated. I know this is a final budget meeting, but I also think that the very large salary increases for department heads should be reevaluated before this goes to print, because our financial director only gave her department, including herself, a 4% pay raise, including a COLA, 2.5% pay increase with a 1.5% COLA throughout the entire 25 fiscal year budget. I think that would be sufficient across the board. There was a compensation study done and reported in the May 2, 2023 select board meeting. I believe if I read that study correctly, all department heads were within or above what that compensation study stated, that our employees were within pay grade for. I'd like that to be on the record if nothing is done to move forward, but I think that considering that a lot of our residents are already struggling to have what they need to survive, and we're already looking at a lot of homelessness within our region and within the state and our country, I think that we should really look and take a strong move to consider that with the economy the way it is, we really need to stop and think if this is the time to create more jobs within our town
and to give the pay rates that we're giving and to spend what we're promoting to spend. So thank you for allowing me to speak at this time.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, so we are on the solid waste stuff. There's 6 motions. Is that 5 motions?
There's 4 more.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, we got 5 motions. Are there general discussions or questions about this before we begin our marathon? Bobby?
I mean, I will just say I have expressed my own personal concerns about the budget process, but I will not let that interfere with my support of to pass this budget.
Okay. I'll take a motion on the first item. Kim?
I'll do solid waste.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 budget as follows. Total expenses of $881,652.47 and total revenue of $647,000 based on the full staffing and full operations, utilizing reserves, minimizing expenses will cover the shortfall.
Do I have a second?
Wait, I'm not finished.
That's not, that's
Oh, that's
actually
not
not a
the motion.
motion.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
That's
I
an
think it's just that
explanation.
we approve.
I apologize, because it doesn't, I mean, I think it is worth mentioning that the general fund does have to cover some of this because the math doesn't add up. The select board, I move that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 solid waste fund budget $881,652.47 to be funded with $647,000 of revenue.
I'll second the motion.
There's a second from Mary. A discussion? Seeing none, call the roll, Lanny.
Aye.
Rocket?
Wait, this is not in my packet.
Oh, that's right, it's the paper copy.
Do you want to abstain?
I will abstain. Thank you.
Okay, Ally?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
I will vote aye. So 601. The next one is the White River Water Fund.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 White River Water Fund budget totaling $1,293,874.20 to be funded with $1,294,803 of revenue.
I'll second the motion.
There's a second from Mary. Any discussion?
Just briefly, have these numbers changed at all from the last meeting?
No.
Oh, okay, so in that case, I will vote aye on the last one and aye on this one.
Too late. You
Okay,
can't vote.
well,
You
I'll
can't
call the
vote.
roll on this one. We haven't called it yet.
Can't vote aye on the last one.
Lanny?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
I will vote aye. All right, so we come to the Queechee Water Fund. I'll take
Mr.
a
Chairman, I make a motion the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 Queechee Water Fund budget totaling $532,600.53 to be funded with $515,000 of revenue.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally. Rocket, I assume you've been listening to these motions, so I'm just gonna ask everyone for their vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. What do we got next? White River Wastewater Fund, Fund 60.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mary.
I move that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 White River wastewater fund budget totaling $1,944,171.94 to be funded with $1,968,186 of revenue.
I'll second.
We have a second from Kim. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then finally, the Queechee Wastewater Fund, Fund 65.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the select board approve the fiscal year 2025 Queechee wastewater fund budget totaling $1,257,709.07 to be funded with $1,224,737 of revenue.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we did that. Great. Next up is the Sister City Committee trip. John, if you want to give us an update on what we're
Yes, thank you for that. I have heard from the Sister City Committee that they had originally been budgeted $6,000 in fiscal year 2022-23. but only ended up using about $2,307.95. Those figures are from the budget book. Gail has, I believe, been a chance to look at those. That, I guess, supposedly meant that $3,692.05 was not used that year, and by normal procedures would have gone back to the unassigned fund. However, I believe that it was the impression of the sister city committee that that money would remain available to them rather than disappear. So I think that they have presented a persuasive, sympathetic request that the town somehow find the resources to honor their expectations that the money be made available for their trip. I think there was also, separate from that 3692, about $1,600 in an account administered by the town, a separate account that maybe reflected some fundraising that you had folks had done.
The Burn Foundation.
The Burn Foundation.
From them.
Very good. So Gail, would be a good time to ask Gail if she had anything to add to that, if she's online.
Hi there. John stated correctly, any unused funds by any department or any request by a committee or board, if it's unused and not requested to be encumbered, it does turn back into the unassigned fund. And the amount that is sitting in the sister cities account that's left over from the initial $5,000 Burn Foundation, the balance is $1,774.35.
Lenny?
Does the school offer any money towards this trip for your budget?
Hi, I'm Allison Litton, Wilder, Vermont French teacher at Hartford High School. This is the first time that we have had the opportunity to send students to Sinon. We had plans in, pre-pandemic, and the world fell apart. So we have not gone that direction yet. It's 3 technical center students who will be traveling over there. All we need to pay for is transportation to France and back. Everything else on their side of the pond will be taken care of by the town of Sinon.
That is not an accurate statement. Back when Jamison Davis was on the board,
Yeah.
he took a trip to Sion with students
No, there were no students, it was all adults.
No, that was a delegation from.
Yep.
from just strictly adults.
Yep.
Okay.
We have not sent any students over there.
Okay, so was that funded entirely by the town, or was that
No, it
funded
was
by?
all funded by the individual committee members.
Okay, so it brings me back to my other question is, how much is the school donating towards this?
Right now, nothing.
Have you approached the school?
Well, no, because we thought we had money in our account. In the past, we were under the impression that was, we'd received funds through our select board liaison. And so we were unaware of the various steps that needed to be taken. It was Jameson who had always sort of.
Are you the liaison, Mike?
The liaison when they got their 6,000 was you. I've been a
Originally,
liaison since December, January.
Rocket was before.
Yeah,
Rocket
Rocket
was
was
before
before,
you.
but then he was on, so I took over.
Right, I was liaison here, so.
I guess the question is, do we want to find this amount of money so that these kids can go to Sinon or not?
I'd be.
Kim?
Yeah, I mean, if there is a reasonable way for the town manager and the finance director to find those funds, I agree that it is complicated, that the committee probably did not know that you needed to request the encumbrance. And I honestly think that's on us in some way to not let committees that have funds know that if they still want to use them. So I would definitely be in support of finding some, I'd say for future reference, like you saw that it's not in the 25 budget, like we did not get a request. And I do kind of support Lanny's foot that sending students over would be a school shared expense, but in any case, long way to say, if the town manager and the finance director are amenable, I would definitely support trying to fund
Yes,
it.
the real quick question is there an amount less than $3,600 and 92 cents that would be satisfactory to you?
Right now, in some very basic, travel research, it looked like it was gonna be about $4,000 for the
Okay.
2 teachers and the 3 students to go over. That was when I looked at flights 2 weeks ago. You never know what happens with
Understood.
that, but.
Okay.
Lanny?
So maybe this is a Gail question, but how much is currently left within the select board budget for training? Gail, you online?
Yes, I'm on. Sorry, I was trying to unmute and you want to know how much money is left in your select board training?
Yes.
Okay, well, I need to go to a different screen to find that. That's not something I have readily in front of me, so.
It sounds like the question is gonna be is do we wanna take funds from our select board training to fund this?
And you might not even want to get into those weeds.
No.
A simple authorization to Gail and I to find the money within our $20 million budget should suffice, I think.
I just hate to take it away from needy departments where if we have money, I understand you have full authority to utilize the budget to your desires.
However,
Okay,
you can
however,
understand why I wanted to be transparent about
Right.
this unusual request.
however, I would love to see, because I don't know if we screwed up or not, but we have to take the responsibility if we're gonna.
Lanny,
that's the-
there's no specific fund.
Rocket, I'm not quite finished yet. Thank you very much for
But
interrupting.
you're speaking as if there's a fund. There's no specific fund.
Rocket, I'm not finished yet. Thank you
Rocket,
for
if you have a
interrupting.
comment, you can comment after.
So what I'm saying is that because we have not brought this before this board before and included it, I personally feel it's our responsibility to take some of the responsibility and therefore accept some of the cost, you know?
Rocket, then Valley.
Yeah, Lanny, then write the check. But my point is that when we budget and it gets
Well,
approved,
that's a great statement.
Ally?
I'm not finished making my statement.
Oh, sorry, Rocket. Go ahead.
I'm supportive of us taking on this initiative. I just think that what the town manager said, I stand by that, which is that we just simply approve or not approve this request, and it is not our job or a relevant part of this conversation to say where that savings, where those funds should come from. We either authorize it or not. I'm in support of authorizing it.
Okay, Ally, and then Gail, if you'd like to comment before we vote.
So just from what I'm hearing from you, that total costs that you might anticipate are $4,000 for the trip, and that there's $1,600 roughly fundraised.
Yeah, remaining from our Burn Foundation grant.
Okay, from the Burn Foundation grant, so 2,400 additional would be what you would be requesting?
Yes, hopefully. I mean, I could literally have more concrete numbers for you tomorrow.
Gotcha.
The safe thing to make sure that she had enough would be to give her that full expectation plus her fundraising. I mean, I don't know that we want to make a decision that would give her less than she needs.
Sure.
If the theory is that we want to make her whole for her expectation.
Sure. In that sense, yeah, I'm supportive of us finding the funds for sure.
Gail, if you have a comment.
So to make sure that we stay in line with our fiduciary responsibility, it's not good business practice for the board to give basically a blank check to the town manager and I to find funding to fund this project for sister cities. So if it is the board's will as a whole to help support this trip, my recommendation to you would be, number one, we need to find out how much the total trip is, and then confirmation that they'll be using the funding out of their reserve account and what the school's contribution is. Once we have those numbers, then the board can give the directive to the town manager and myself, the finance director, to find the funding for the rest of it. I don't think it's in the best interest to say we're going to give them $3,600 or whatever it is to make them whole. We need to have some solid numbers. We don't do that for our department heads. We don't do it for anybody else. And I don't feel that it's appropriate to make this exception.
And Allison, can you get solid numbers, or is it just, I mean, can you book a ticket without putting anything down?
No, I mean, I would have to
come from somewhere.
Tomorrow's the first day of the new semester, so my brain's a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but I would say by the end of the week, I could have the tickets would cost this, the Dartmouth coach would cost this here, and
Okay.
you know, I mean, and I am fine, you know, fronting that money if necessary.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, my hand is raised.
Yes, Rocket?
So my understanding is that rough cost estimate was 4,000. There's seems to be 1,600 left for the burn grant, brings us to a balance of 24. I hear what Gail is saying. It's a good point. I also think that, you know, given the nature of planning travel and moving pieces, to go chase things down can be challenging. Given if we say the balance is, let's say, $2,400, and we think that maybe the school should be chipping in because it is a school trip, I could support that. I would be fine with green lighting at this point. What if we say $1,200, not to exceed $1,200, contingent on matching from the school, and at least it gives our commitment, and then Allison could take that with the burn grant and go to the school and say, here's our shortfall, and they can fundraise.
Okay, well, okay, I don't. it doesn't
We
sound like the
already have our
school's
3
doing
students
this.
chosen. There was an application process. Again, we were going through that process with the understanding that we had the money, so.
It's basically $3,900 out of a $20 million budget
Right.
to send a couple kids to France to go to a VOTEC school for a while and learn some skills. I mean, if we can't do that, I don't know what we're gonna do.
And I worry that time is critical, and
Yeah.
I don't know that we have too much time to pull together lots of different information.
We just leave it up to the town manager to figure out.
I do too. I'll
Okay,
take a
then,
motion.
I think this discussion has served the purpose, though, of being transparent. So I will go back and talk further with Gail, and we'll work with Ms. Litton, Allison.
Do we want a motion?
Can I make a
Yeah,
statement?
go ahead, Lane.
I would love to be able to fund this. I need to support our finance department chair, clerk, finance department leadership. Shows you where my mind is at right now. Our finance director, I need to support a finance director in getting concrete numbers before I can vote yes on this, and then I would fully support this. But I do not think that it's a good practice to stray from our standard practice of allocating funds. I agree with Gail.
Okay, I'll take a motion if anyone wants to make one.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board authorize the town manager to determine the appropriate amount of funding.
No, not the blank
She's
check.
making a motion. Let's hear it before we make any sort of suggestions.
Friendly suggestion, Kim, maybe just a not to exceed amount.
Okay, thank you. I move that the select board authorize the town manager to fund Sister Cities Committee not to exceed $4,000.
Separate and apart from the amount they've raised from the burn fund, right?
Separate from the part they've earned from the Burn Foundation grant.
We have a second. We have a second from Ally. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Lenny?
No.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
I'll abstain.
Okay, Kim?
Aye.
How about I? Thank you. And thank you for
Appreciate your time and
dealing
consideration.
with all this.
Yes, thank you.
Mr.
Ally?
Chair, I apologize for missing this earlier. I did want to bring this up about the previous, I didn't realize that we wouldn't be talking about the warning for the annual town and school district meeting day.
I have that on my list too.
It's because when would we be talking about that otherwise?
No, I viewed it as attached to the budget discussion, so it's an oversight for me too.
Yeah, is it
Good, we need another motion.
Yeah.
to go back?
We need the motion to do it. We should probably just do it. We had an incomplete motion. We had a motion, but it didn't cover everything we wanted to move, so why don't we move what we need to move? And then we can.
So can I talk about what I noticed was about the warning?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so looking at the warning for annual town and school district meeting day, I'm on page 17 of our agenda packet. I'm looking at number 3. I believe we discussed with select board members eligible to receive a dependent care stipend in the amount of $20 per hour, not for meeting attendance, not 15.
Okay,
Does that square with other folks' understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and I wonder, not to get too in the weeds with language, but if it would be helpful to say to receive a dependent care reimbursement in the amount of 20, because that is how it would work. It's not a stipend like the intention is that it's not a stipend where every board member gets $20 per meeting. It's to reimburse specifically for dependent care on those case-by-case basis. So I think saying to receive a dependent care reimbursement in the amount of $20 per hour for meeting attendance would be clear.
Very good.
Yeah.
I can make that
That seems
change.
to make sense.
Even with your
Would we
signatures.
like to move this as amended by Al?
There probably ought to be a motion to approve both warnings then, right? There's the annual town meeting warning.
Yeah.
And the town and school committee warning.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kim, did you have other?
No,
sorry.
Lenny?
So the stipend is going directly into the budget, but yet the select board raise is not because it has to be voted on at town meeting day.
the select board raise is already in the budget because there's already more in there.
But it has to be voted on by the voters. However, if the budget passes, regardless of what the select board increase is, the stipend goes.
No, not necessarily. The voters still have to vote on select board compensation.
Yeah, no, but they're not attached to each other is what my point is. They're not conjoined. That one can pass and the other cannot. You can pass the budget to have the stipend and still not have someone support the idea or to have the voters support the idea of giving us the $100 that we proposed at the town meeting day.
It depends on how it comes up in the, like, it's phrased as one thing that will be voted on the floor of the town meeting day on March 2nd. And
But you have it in the budget. So if the budget passes, it automatically goes through.
no, if the budget passes, it doesn't mean every single thing in there gets spent. Like, that's why things get encumbered, and that's why it will be in there and then needs to go either back in the unassigned fund at the end or not.
So what's the wording gonna be on the ballot for the voters on town meeting day?
To what compensation the town will pay its town officers from the general fund, in fact, this number 3 on page 17 that Ally's.
I don't know what page 17
It's
is.
on your desk. I think we have to put them on your desk, I thought.
It's in the packet.
Oh, no, it's in the packet.
Page 17 of our agenda packet. So that's all the language that would be included.
I don't have page numbers, so.
If you're on the PDF and you
Yeah,
look at the bottom.
There's
Okay.
the warning for annual town meeting, which is for Tuesday, March 5th. That's 3 pages long. And then there's the warning for the annual school and
Okay.
town district meeting.
I've got it. Yeah.
So you ready, can I make a motion for the,
You're free to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the warning for the annual town meeting 2024. This one doesn't have edits.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second.
Second from Ally, discussion?
You got that?
No.
I made the motion, Ally seconded for just the warrant for town meeting. So annual town meeting, Belinda's on there too, but sorry, I didn't make it.
I don't know which motion, which one we're
For
talking about.
the warrant for the first one.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, thank you.
So we have a motion, second discussion, Lynn?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no on this because this does not clarify how this is going to be verified and I don't think there's enough checks and balances in this right now to have it transparent. So
And the
I have to vote
it's
no.
not about the select board stipend, that's.
No, it's about the appropriation.
I understand that.
No, it's not the stipend one.
And that's also like, do I have to add in
We're
those?
talking about the warning.
That change has been
Talking-
made,
there's-
along with a
There's
couple of
two.
formatting
Warning for the
changes.
annual town meeting, which Kim just made the motion on, and then there's.
Warning for annual town and school
warning
district
for
meeting
annual-
day.
So we're talking, we have not talked about, made a motion about that yet. We've just made a motion about warning for annual town meeting.
Is this one before that one I just discussed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm all right, I'm now on the same page.
Okay, so we had a motion.
It's just freaking almost 11 o'clock at night. Come on now, give me a break.
Hey, I hear you.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Gail has her hand up, so I'm not sure if she has a comment on this or not. So maybe we want to hear from her before we actually vote.
We haven't called the vote yet, so we're okay. You haven't called the vote yet.
Well, I kind of just
just
did,
did,
but.
yeah, but Dan didn't vote.
Dan,
Bill,
Dan didn't vote?
He did.
No, didn't vote.
Gail,
So
if you
there-
have something on this item, please let us know so we can vote on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, as you're looking at the warning for the annual town meeting, I had sent John a few comments on corrections that needed to be done. So I just wanted to make sure that, because what's in the packet's not the correct one. So I just want to make sure that John.
That's correct. The correct one is on this table awaiting signatures. And it's got a couple of small changes. For example, on paragraph 20, the words "shall the town" should be added to appropriate the sum of blah, blah, blah. And there's one other stylistic change to some formatting on the left margin of some of those first few items. That's the only
what in
change.
the amounts of the budget amounts are?
No,
They're not in that one?
no, what, the budget amounts are in this one.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. So thank you, Gail. Yes, we've got the updated version on the table for signatures.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And then we have this other warrant.
Dan, did you?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, we'll need a motion, I think, for the next one. This is the one Lanny was gonna vote no on. I
I'll
think.
make,
So,
I'll
Ally?
try it out. I move that we approve the language for the warning for the annual town and school district meeting day for 2024 with the following revision in number 3. With select board members eligible to receive a dependent care reimbursement in the amount of $20 per hour per meeting attendance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second from Kim. Discussion? Lanny?
Okay. Who gets designated as a dependent in this?
We,
I know, but I mean, there's not, that's the problem, it's not spelled out.
so.
Well, not in the warrant.
We wouldn't spell out in the warrant, but as we discussed when we were discussing this item, it would be someone who essentially a select board member would be the primary caretaker for legal guardian.
I'm sorry, I can't support this.
Point of order, it's not relevant to the vote.
Yep. So I'm gonna call the vote unless we have other discussion on this. Lanny?
No.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally?
Aye.
Mary? Dan?
Aye.
Sorry.
Kim?
Aye.
I will vote aye. Great. All right, so I think we need to have a serious discussion. I know we've still got people here and they've waited on what we need to do tonight and what we can put off. It's 11 o'clock.
My heart is breaking for Dana, who's been ready to present his information to the board for many, many weeks. We've scheduled him, I think, 3 times now.
I go home.
It's just a report. It doesn't have to any action taken on it.
Okay, so time sensitive stuff would be a priority here. I think, I mean, everyone's done good work. The fact of the matter is, between public comment and the public hearing, this has just taken a long, long time. We've got that, yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry, is the item 5J authorize additional signatory for town bank got something that we can do quickly, and is it urgent or?
I think it needs to happen sometime soon. It's not urgent, but it should take 2 minutes.
Okay, so we could do that.
Could we table?
Can we table the calendar?
We
And-
really tabled the cycle calendar, but we should approve just the regular select board calendar.
Yeah, the regular select board calendar, I think it's very vanilla. You can just vote it right now. It's just listing the meetings every 2 weeks.
So if we tabled Dana, unfortunately, poor guy, and we did the rifles.
Poor guy, he has to go home, go to bed.
What about the rifle's gonna be contentious or take a while, I think? I mean, I'd like someone who sat here through all this to at least get their
I
item
know,
done,
I know.
And I know Dana's is a little more involved.
Can I do that?
Do we wanna do the rifles and then
The signatory? Do we need to-
rifles, signatory, and the meeting calendar?
What about the?
DPW's been waiting, I think, online. And I think these are somewhat time sensitive, but probably won't be the end of the world if we don't agree to the contract to do the water line replacement. And we can probably wait on the lease as well.
How time sensitive are
Mm.
the rifles?
Pardon, Mr. Chair, but Gail has her hand up again, so we might want to check in with her.
Gail? Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, the rifles and the lease payment for the dump truck, those two items can't be pushed off any further. We are on a very time sensitive timeline. They were supposed to have been done last meeting, and if we push this out another 2 weeks, we're most likely going to have to restart the process all over again.
All right, well,
good to
Chief
know.
Sheldon, you're up. Rifles.
I think it's me.
Okay.
We're not doing F.
No.
Not time sensitive, but this and the lease for the dump truck are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
All right, Tom Howell, Detective Lieutenant, Police Department. I live in Lebanon, New Hampshire, but I'm Vermonter. Raised in Hartford.
Okay.
Just want to make that clear.
No, it's good. It's
All
good
right.
info.
So we put out an RFP for patrol rifles with the goal of providing all of our officers with patrol rifles to be better prepared for large scale public events, calls for service, etc. Extend the service life of our current equipment and reduce liability. So I don't have the slides up here, but part of the reason why we need to be better prepared is the state police. I don't know if anybody tracks any of this. In April of 2022, they stated that municipalities like us need to exhaust all possibilities before turning to them for help. That was a Monte article.
Yeah.
In November of 2023, this year, the governor acknowledges the spate of violent crime diminishing BSP ranks. At that time, they had 51 vacancies, out of 328 troopers. Their special teams, which we have relied on heavily, they're starting to narrow their scope of what they'll help us with. So just recently, their crime scene search team told us that they will only help us with fatal shooting or deaths. Everything else is on us. Just recently, January 2024, with our bomb threats, we asked for them to bring for a couple of canines to sniff, that can detect explosives. They said no. So we're starting to see, and we do get a lot of help from them. They're an awesome resource, but they say, hey, Hartford PD, you're a 23-man department. You can handle your own business. So that's where some of this came from. Currently, we don't have enough rifles for pre-planned events and critical incidents where other officers are called in to assist. I think in the packet I put, we have currently 8 rifles. Our detectives use their own. Problem with that is if we unfortunately ever got into an officer-involved shooting, my personally owned rifle goes to the state lab. So I don't see it for 6 or 8 months.
Okay, yeah.
So officers are using their own equipment in some instances in service to the town. If God forbid we ever use it, those are gone for an extended period of time. As I mentioned, 8 total pool rifles that are in the cars. They're zeroed or sighted in by one instructor. That is me. My eyeball and the way I shoot a gun is completely different than every other officer. Meaning, the way I shoot a rifle and what my eye sees through the optic and what the chief does or other officers is going to can change the point of impact downrange, right? So I see it on when we do our qualifications at 50 yards, our officers will be doing some basic zeroing, and that group is shifted. So everything is zeroed in my eye because that was past practice. Problem with that is, at close distances, you're probably not going to see it. At longer distances, you could miss a target. You could hit somebody that's not your intended target. So having rifles assigned to each officer, they would be zeroed to that specific officer and optimized for them. Just like our handguns. Our handguns have optics. We do the same thing with those. Okay. So I think one of the questions came down about how many times we kind of would be deploying these.
Yep.
So rough numbers, for known incidents or critical incidents, public events that we have some of that extra equipment available, and search warrants. I think known, we need probably 12 times a year. When I was in detectives, we were doing multiple search warrants with large numbers of people every month. That number was quite a bit more.
we don't track every time we pull it out of the car. The way they're deployed is subjective. We have guidelines and policy, but they're subjective to the officer, depending on what the threat is, time, distance, their own skill set with a rifle. A lot of officers are quite a bit more comfortable at shooting a rifle, just because of the nature of it. Shooting handguns is a perishable skill, and a lot of our officers are quite a bit more comfortable with shooting, or better at shooting rifles.
Perishable skill?
What's that?
What does that mean?
Like it's a deteriorating skill. Like if you don't shoot a lot, and I'm not, and then those skills are harder to develop.
Thank you.
So the RFP we put out was for a specific specification for the rifle, meaning the barrel was a specific barrel to make the service life as long as possible. With our current shooting cycle, the selected rifle that we would like to purchase, we could. It's like a 20,000 round barrel, so we could potentially get 15 or 20 years, depending on how much we shoot. I estimated at 15 or 20 years. If we shoot a little more, I could shorten it. If people just shoot as much as we do on a yearly basis, we could have rifles that last for quite a long time. In the RFP, if you didn't see it, we specifically wrote in there a proactive maintenance plan. So parts would be shipped to us based on round count. There's a lifetime guarantee, and there's an officer involved shooting replacement program, meaning if we were ever in an officer involved shooting, they would provide us with a rifle to give to that officer until the case was cleared through the state and the judicial system.
Okay. Questions? Laney.
I have a couple of questions here. How many rounds down range are these rifles seeing on average per year?
Training?
Yeah.
I think high end, I estimated 500 to 750 a year. It is dependent on what we are looking at the training. When we do our every new officer or officer we hire that comes in, they do a patrol rifle operators course. So it's basically a week-long class where we teach them. Even if you're someone that spent a career in the military, we do a whole class that can be several thousand rounds.
And these are all blue barrels, I assume, right?
I don't know what that is.
What
Oh,
are the
blue.
Yeah,
You
blue
like
barrels.
the- yes.
Yeah, blue barrels.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. And then I thought we had red dot scopes on all of our weapons.
We do.
So red dot scopes are something that has to be adjusted for each shooter.
Yes.
So that, because they're not a laser sight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Makes sense. And then, oh yeah, one other thing I read when I read that is that when I was in the military, they taught us the benefits of being able to grab your next shoulders out, next soldier's rifle in case yours jammed. I see the benefit of being able to have a rifle that is shootable by everyone. If your rifle goes down. So I'm kind of torn on the fact of what kind of a pattern you're trying to hold at what distance that would make it so that everyone has to have their own sighted rifle.
It honestly, it totally depends on, it's a case by case, like closer distance, right? So the guns are here at 50 yards on a bullseye target, probably this big. So a pattern may shift a little bit. We're talking about, we can only engage a target that we can identify if they're a threat. But, so what does that mean for a human eye? Maybe 200 or 300 yards.
We're talking center mass is where most rounds are going center mass, right?
Unless it's a hostage, unless you have somebody that's taking a hostage or has a gun to somebody's head.
So what is the maximum distance that you foresee our department shooting these rifles?
Like for training, or just like it can be dependent on on people's vision. If you can't identify a target, I think 200 maximum.
Right, and the pattern difference at 200 yards from each officer would be 6
It'd be
inches.
6 inches. And that's totally dependent on the person.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, 6 inches is when you talk about a body mass. Okay.
Mary?
I just have a quick question. When I started looking at your recommendation, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that because you use the term in this, at the end of this statement, recommendation, officers involved shooting loaner rifles, these are not loaner rifles.
No, these are these are the
Permanent.
department rifles.
Right.
That's only if God forbid, we were an officer involved shooting a rifle, the major crimes unit state would take that rifle, goes to evidence.
Okay.
And we lose that office. They would just send this one to go back in the service.
Okay, that's all I needed.
Ally.
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant. So I'm curious if, and I mean, I'll be transparent about my thinking, 12 rifles feels like a lot to me, and I'm not wholly clear on the need, and I recognize I might not be because I'm not in your shoes doing this work, so I want to acknowledge that. But I'm curious, and it is a big chunk of change, so I'm curious if there would be a situation in which you considered that would work in replacing you said there might be 2 or 3 rifles that are going out of service, so definitely funding those, as well as you said that working with one of these bids would mean that you're in this loaner rifle program. So if a rifle does get taken by the state for investigation, that gets supplemented essentially. So my question is there a world in which we could that you could see working for the department to have the replacement of the 2 or 3 rifles that are going out of service in the loaner rifle program versus 12 whole new rifles?
I think you have to ask the vendor that put the bid out. I don't think I can say yes or no to that, because they may say it's not worth our time. I don't know the answer. I think, I think if they're only selling us 3 rifles, they may just say, no, we're so. But I can certainly ask the question.
And I recognize that the timing is tight, so that might be tricky, but I'd be curious to know from them if that's possible.
Where's the motion on this?
What's that?
Where's the motion on this?
Well, it starts with, I recommend the wording.
It's like page 32 on the PDF. Kim?
Well, Gail has her hand up. I have one question, but do you want to take Gail first?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Kim, you can go if you want. I was just going to reiterate that this is just a standard procedure for the police department to bring this forward as part of the purchasing policy. The funding is already in place, so I appreciate maybe, the recommendation of reducing the amount that's being replaced, but given that this is already funded and ready to go, they're not asking for any additional funding, so I certainly hope that's taken into consideration when you make your motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
Yeah, and basically, I think that answers my question, because I was asking, I sent this yesterday, if it's budgeted, what GL code is it in?
That's a Gail question. Sorry.
Gail, do you know where in the 24 budget that this is included?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I know that when I was sitting down with HPD when they were getting ready to put the RFP out, that we had already identified the funding. And I believe some of it is sitting in encumbered funds because we were waiting. There was a delay on being able to get some of the get the RFP out and making sure that we have adequate funding to supplement it in 24. So I certainly can get that to you. I don't have it immediately in front of me.
Let's see the chief nodding his head at unencumbered funds. Okay.
Okay, because I'm looking at the 24 budget and I see all kinds of different equipment, but not for firearms. And so this is encumbered from fiscal 23.
Yes.
Okay. I mean that.
I'm prepared to.
Okay. Any more questions?
Prepared to make a
Lanny,
motion.
if you're ready to make a motion.
Yep.
We're ready.
Is there any public comments on the matter?
There is,
yeah.
if you'd like, but you gotta come up and introduce yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Brandon Smith. I live in White River Junction. I'd like to first inquire whether these rifles are to be fully automatic rifles, which is to say assault rifles.
I wouldn't know.
Do you have the information?
It's in the packet, the description.
The public is not given a.
No, it's online. It's on the website. There's like the RFP where they get proposals from the vendors for all the equipment. So
Does the chief or the lieutenant know?
No,
They're not.
They're
Okay,
not.
thanks.
Semi-automatic rifles.
Industry standard, sorry. From our,
Okay.
You can purchase a rifle yourself.
so we have 8, we already have 8.
Okay. This is a rifle you could purchase.
Oh, I understand.
It's not
this,
military
yes.
spec or anything.
Interesting. I would just like to get on the record my opposition to even semi-automatic rifles. I understand that that this kind of gear is needed to be kept by a department in terms of like a SWAT type situation. You know, and I'm all for that sort of especially in a defensive capacity for police, you know, hairy situations can happen. But I come from a background where for many years, I did journalism in Chicago and DC in the capacity of police accountability. For instance, in 2016, my journalism work resulted in the firing of the police chief in Chicago and the head detective and the next 5 detectives and head of the police review authority and the top prosecutor. So, you know, I have some experience with this, and in so many cases, the deployment of heavy style weaponry is purposefully not tracked to reduce accountability. And I'm not saying that's what you guys do. I don't know you, but I wanted to get on the record voicing that I think this board could be an accountability check, you know, in the future could ask questions such as what information is tracked about the deployment of semi-automatic weapons.
I think we agree with all that and our role of oversight to an extent, but yeah, this is a question of whether we want to authorize this purchase, which is already funded. You know, we're not, I don't know that it's appropriate at this to use the fact that they're semi-automatic rifles to make a point, you know, about a larger issue that's not really on the table.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, right.
I support this and would love to move along in the conversation. I mean, I think what's lost in the last statement was that handguns are semi-automatic weapons, that rifles would be used outside of SWAT positions. I take umbrage with I don't know, I mean, it felt like there was a question of integrity and accountability of our police department and us. And I just think, like, let's move on, and I'm ready to support this, to be honest. I mean, look, it's expensive. I think, of course, weapons in general are can be intimidating in any society, but it's for normal course of duty and protecting our officers in the line of fire. I think they're not asking for a tank. They're not asking for $1 million. I think I'm ready to support this.
Thank you, Robert. Do you have any conclusion? Any comments in conclusion? We're just trying to move along a little bit.
I understand. Thank you. Simply that I would have loved to hear a question from the board or the public. I will make the question, which is, what kind of a situation would require 20 rifles to be on a scene? And does the department expect to find themselves in that situation, you know, in a 1 in a million chance? And so that's how I'll conclude.
Okay, Chief, if you want to respond, you can. If not, we'll go ahead with the motion.
My only comment is an active school shooter situation requires every officer to respond to this mission. And 8 rifles for 23 officers is a little ludicrous. If I'm facing someone with a rifle, I want a rifle.
Sorry, Chief, I can't hear you very well from over there.
With active school situations, active school shooter situation, you're gonna want rifles, not a handgun. I respect the fact that you're a journalist. I'm not gonna challenge you on your journalism. Please don't challenge me on my job. Rifles are not just defensive, they're offensive. If you have someone in a situation, like a hostage situation, where I need to go into a school, that's not a defensive situation, okay? I want a rifle that I can reach out and touch someone from a long distance down a hallway. I think that's pretty clear. Having 8 rifles for 23 officers is inappropriate in today's age. Thank you.
Lenny, motion?
Yep, make a motion that we award this bid to Ridgeline Outfitters LLC for Budway Suite 19, Nashua, New Hampshire, 03063, an amount of $29,917.92 to include Ridgeline Outfitters, including all requirements of the bid for patrol rifles and associated equipment, as well as a proactive maintenance plan, officer-involved shooting, loaner rifles, and lifetime guarantee.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the roll. Lenny?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally?
Nay.
Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
I will vote aye, 6-1. Okay, so it looks like the other one we really had to do was the lease.
So I do not know if Brian Gazda is with us, but if he's not, I can paraphrase.
Okay.
He is still on, he's got his hand up, but let me bring him as a panelist.
God bless you.
Sorry, Brian, but come on over as a panelist.
Hello.
All right.
The agenda item in front of you is for the 6-wheel dump truck. This is something that was awarded back in 2021 for 2 vehicles, a 10-wheeler, which we took possession of earlier, well, it's last year this time. And this is the second vehicle. It's come in, it's sitting at Reed's Trucking. The original motion, when it was done, we were anticipating a lower interest rates at the time. It was approved at $71,500 due to inflationary costs and with the interest rate, it's gone up to a new amount. We're anticipating $73,997.67 for payment for both vehicles. So it's an increase of the $2,497.67. And the truck is ready to be picked up. And I appreciate Gail pushing this along because yes, it could have been, if we didn't get this done tonight, it could have pushed, had the truck sold out from underneath us.
Gotcha. Thanks, Brian. Are there any questions for Brian? See any? Would someone like to make a motion?
There's actually a lease resolution, lessee resolution, which I believe the lessor wants the board to adopt. It's on your desks, I believe, and I believe it begins with "be it resolved," and I think it's those first 2 full paragraphs.
So I will read the resolution.
You want me to do it? I'll do it. Want to do it?
Good. If you want to,
I don't care. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I just want to get done. Yeah.
I'll read it. You can make the motion after. I think that works.
That's fine.
All right. Be it resolved, the governing body of lessee as follows. Determination of need. The governing body of lessee has determined that a true and very real need exists for the acquisition of the equipment described in Exhibit A of Schedule Number 2, dated as of December 15th, 2023, to the master lease purchase agreement dated as of March 15th, 2023, between the town of Hartford, the lessee, and the tax-exempt leasing corporation, the lessor. 2, approval and authorization. The governing body lessee has determined that the agreement and schedule substantially in the form presented to this meeting are in the best interests of the lessee for the acquisition of such equipment, and the governing body hereby approves the entering into the agreement and schedule by the lessee, and hereby designates and authorizes the following persons to execute and deliver the agreement and schedule on lessee's behalf, with such changes thereto as necessary as such person deems appropriate, and any related documents, including any escrow agreement necessary to the consummation of the transaction contemplated by the agreement and schedule.
And I believe that the authorized individuals should be myself and Gail Ostrout successively in the following language, and that the select board chair will need to be signing off on this resolution over here at the table.
Sounds great. Do we want to have a motion to adopt the resolution? Lenny?
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to authorize the town manager to sign tax exempt leasing corporations exhibits A through I and other related documents for the financing of a new 6-wheel dump truck to replace dump truck H5.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have discussion?
Gail has her hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be on there. It should be the town manager and it should be Joe Major, the town treasurer.
Thank you for that clarification.
So we will change that second authorized
Accepted.
individual to Joe Major.
Town treasurer.
Friendly amendment.
Treasurer. I read the first two parts. Lanny did the motion. I don't think we actually mentioned by name the authorized people that will be on the document. So I think we're probably good. We had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Dana Rocket.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you both. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Brian.
thanks, Brian. All right, so are we ready to wrap this up, or do you guys want to do the last two items? It'll take.
Why don't we just do the board calendar, but not the cycle calendar?
Wait a minute. I'm questioning now this. We got the 223 dump truck bid award.
Yeah,
We got to do that one.
We just did it.
we did it.
Okay, it's
So the
different
one
rec-
we're skipping
Oh,
is,
different recommendation. Okay.
so
I just,
the one that's not time sensitive also is the utility agreement for VTrans.
So can I move that we table?
Yep, you can move that we table that, and if you want the additional signatory for the town bank account.
Did we want to do
and
that
the-
though tonight?
Huh?
I thought we wanted to do the additional.
It would be adding me as a signatory, and
We don't have to.
I mean,
Let's see.
unless Joe Major is not gonna be around.
Let's do it. I mean, how long is that gonna take?
Hopefully it'll just take like 2 seconds. So authorizing additional signatory for the town bank account. John, you got any info? I think we probably have.
Yes,
something.
and Gail can as well, but my understanding from Gail is that the bank we have 2 accounts in the bank and they'd like an extra signatory on behalf of the town. And Gail's been suggested that it be the select board chair.
So I think we could have a motion just to add the select board chair as a signatory to the town bank account.
I'll make a motion.
Go for it, man.
Okay, I move that the select board add the chair of the select board as an additional signer to the town bank accounts as requested by our auditors.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally. Any discussion on this one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, our last item we're gonna take up tonight is review and approving the select board meeting calendar. That's been on our agenda for, I think, at least a meeting before this, so I think we all kind of know what's
Yes,
planned. Are there any
Absolutely.
major objections?
no surprises. We've discussed it before.
And usually, if we get, if we need to add meetings, or if, we can change meetings as like we realize we may need to move one, right? So we
Or
don't.
add meetings.
Or add meetings. So if we see one and we're like, I'm not gonna be there that November date, like we can deal with it at another point. But this basically lays out the cycle.
Yeah, I would definitely be supportive of the meeting, the Hartford meeting schedule. It's on page 87. I would, maybe if we could talk more about the proposed select board development calendar cycle and make
Yeah.
because I think I did have some thoughts about that, which might be a bigger discussion, but as long as we can commit to doing that later time, having to move forward with this meeting schedule, just this part.
Yeah, that works for me.
I would
Can be good.
concur. It's because it's definitely a priority for me as well.
Okay.
And I would also just like to note that I requested an email like that at least the select board, if not all committee meetings, get included on the calendar, the public meeting calendar on the town website. And I think, John, that's something that might be in the works. Anyway, it's embarrassing. I've had residents ask me like, how do I find out when meetings are? And our agendas are posted on Friday for Tuesday meetings. That's not enough. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, and I will continue to follow up on that.
Dylan did respond about how it could be done.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna.
So I'll take a vote. We can certainly discuss that, but I'll take a motion just to approve the select board 2024 meeting calendar. if anyone feels like it.
I'll move to approve the 2024 select board meeting schedule as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There was a second from Mary. Any discussion? Lenny?
Yeah, I would just like to say that we are all getting this calendar now, so we all know what the dates are. So it's nice if we can look this over and make sure that we are here for meetings. Have as many people here as we can. So
Thanks, Lenny. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, Kip.
Consent agenda.
Yes, I was just doing
Oh,
an
commission reports. No.
exclamation of, wow, you got through it. Commissioner reports, Kim,
None.
Dan. And don't be afraid to double up on them at the next meeting if you're so inclined. Dan, any commission reports?
I'll discuss it at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll wait.
Ally,
I can wait too.
Rocket,
None.
Wayne.
well, I'm not using the time.
Yeah, and I have none either. So let's get to the consent agenda. I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the select board approve payroll ending January 20, 2024, AP manifest of January 19 and January 25th, 2024, approve meeting minutes of January 9th, 2024, and nope, already approved select board meetings of February 6th and February 20th, 2024.
Thank you, Kim. I'll take a second.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Anyone?
Second.
Ally second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks,
Step-
everybody.
Step right up with your pens
Good night.
at the table.
Night, Gail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Feel
Gail.
better.